Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Weebearn, which helps you grow rich. We're a comprehensive money educational platform dedicated to nurture entrepreneurs, investors, and capitalists among secondary school students, cosplayers, and anime lovers. Today is the 9th live streaming in English, so let me introduce our channels. Weebearn literally means an otaku money-making channel, 毒撚賺錢台 or 預賺錢台, a platform designed to facilitate financial gain, make otakus great again and make weebs rich again. In today's market reading AI Miscellaneous, we're going to continue with our 10 advances in mathematics and theoretical computer science published by OpenAI. But first, we're going to share with you the discovery of diamond indistinguishability obfuscation diamond IO, written by Vitalik Buterin, a transcript of Liang Wenfeng's internal speech to investors at DeepSeek, and also the Kimi K3, the Manos, the Mythos, the Legendos, published by SemiAnalysis, a fundamental analysis peer focusing on semiconductor industry. Furthermore, a brief overview of our financial education offerings within the metaverse, personal development courses, life advisory, and life coaching services offered by Weebearn. The Otaku money-making channel is provided. 過嚟獨撚賺錢台提供人生顧問、人生教練同埋個人成長服務。Additionally, we are going to introduce our United Empires of Otakus, also known as the Weebearn VTubers Alliance, a decentralized autonomous organization focusing on supporting the development of aspiring virtual idols of the future generations. We encourage participation from interested secondary school students or teenagers looking to embark on a VTuber career. If you are a secondary school student and you are passionate about being a VTuber, join our Weebearn VTubers Incubation Program and Auto Agency. 如果你係一個有志成為 VTuber 嘅中學生，我哋非常歡迎你加盟我哋嘅獨撚帝聯 VTubers 自經紀組織同埋我哋嘅孵化器。This broadcast market reading AI Miscellaneous represents the installment of our newly established series titled Reading Discussion or 獨撚. The DOC stands for reading, signifying a reading group format or a book club format oriented toward wealth creation literature. Our discussions aim to encompass a diverse array of resources ranging from philosophical texts to practical training manuals, all fostering an understanding of interdisciplinary financial theories, foundational wealth building logic, and some money management guide, ultimately guiding participants towards establishing passive income streams. The motivation behind initiating our reading series parallels the reasons for engaging with artificial intelligence topics. The recognition of a correlation between wealth generation and reading habits based on statistical studies, coupled with our team's market research revealing growth opportunities for reading discussions among peers within the VTuber industry. 我哋市場調研部門發覺做呢個閱讀雜談喺 VTuber 同業間係頗有市場。We acknowledge the importance of literature reviews in developing effective money-making strategies, reinforcing the necessity of standing on the shoulders of giants to uncover principles, rationales, or strategies for financial success. If you enjoy this episode, please subscribe to Weebearn on YouTube and share our videos with your friends and classmates interested in anime, macroeconomics, gaming, AI, cosplay, technology, and options trading. Yesterday, we have already gone through the introduction or the briefly went through the 10 topics in the 10 advances in mathematics and theoretical computer science. And we've made this brief slide for you to take a look at the overview of these concepts suggested by OpenAI. And we've also read the abstract part, but we still want to deep in explain the concepts one by one, but we'll leave this part in the later session of our live streaming series. So let's go to another paper first and then come back to this. 10 advances in mathematics and theoretical computer science later. First, we'll come back to the obfuscation article written by Vitalik Buterin. This is the part 1 he wrote on the 29th of June. And here comes the second part, that is the Diamond IO written by Vitalik Buterin on the 28th of July. Vitalik Buterin has introduced the Diamond IO privacy framework, a cryptographic proposal designed to execute encrypt software without exposing program code or keys. This framework combines fully homomorphic encryption. Let me share with you the link again. With a modified attribute-based encryption scheme, allowing encrypt programs to process information while keeping their internal operations concealed. Diamond IO aims to support various blockchain applications without revealing sensitive data, including private on-chain voting, secure key usage, decentralized software licensing, and privacy-focused AI systems. Buterin highlights that this approach can reduce execution demands from a universal level to a planet-level timescale. However, the framework is still an early-stage research proposal that requires further optimization, peer review, and technical development. So we consider it's just a primitive article written by Weebearn. It presents a trustless infrastructure that enables developers to build Web3 services without exposing operational secrets, while blockchain networks can continuously verify execution and protect confidential information. A significant use case for Diamond IO this indistinguishability obfuscation is private on-chain voting without relying on centralized counting authorities. The encrypted software counts votes and publishes results while maintaining ballot privacy. This proposal builds on previous privacy research and aims to eliminate false assumptions by concealing program logic itself. Despite its advantages, the framework faces technical challenges such as high computational requirements and strict circuit depth limitations, necessitating further academic scrutiny before practical deployment. In the previous segment of this series, we explore the comprehensive technology. Why is my camera still out of focus? We explore the comprehensive technology tree associated with the most prevalent and conservative cryptographic obfuscation protocols, specifically indistinguishability obfuscation (IO). These protocols enable the encryption of programs in a manner that permits execution on plaintext inputs to yield plaintext outputs, all while concealing the program's internal logic. This capability is particularly beneficial in scenarios where a program contains an embedded secret key as obfuscation allows for the control use of the key under certain conditions without exposing its full functionality. However, a significant limitation of these protocols has been their exceedingly long runtime, which can extend beyond the universe's lifespan, rendering them largely theoretical, despite advancements in feasibility. This dissection introduces an alternative obfuscation approach, Diamond IO. This method is based on more speculative and less tested cryptographic assumptions, but offers a reduction in runtime from galactic to planetary scales. While still impractical for current use, it holds promise for further applications with further optimization efforts. Diamond IO operates by adapting the BGG plus 14 attribute-based encryption ABE scheme to enhance efficiency in computation, while maintaining security. Unlike traditional I/O protocols, Diamond IO leverages fully homomorphic encryption (FHE) within ABE, allowing decryption of Diamond IO results only when computations are executed correctly. The innovative approach of Diamond IO lies in its unique mechanisms for conditional FHE decryption and input encoding generation. Okay, our camera come back. FHE allowing FHE within ABE, allowing decryption of results only when computations are executed correctly. The innovative approach of Diamond IO lies in its unique mechanisms for conditional FHE decryption and input encoding generation, which are interconnected and contribute to its computational efficiency. Within the BGG plus 40 model, encodings are maintained in a specific format involving secret values, public matrices, computation bits, and errors. These encodings facilitate operations like addition, multiplication, encryption, multiplication or negation by generating output wire matrices. While BGG plus 14 allows decoding of pre-selected outputs under specific conditions, Diamond IO focuses on extracting necessary data from encodings without fully revealing keys. The process involves generating BGG plus 14 matrices and encodings for inputs, transforming these into FHE ciphertext, and applying a modified BGG plus 14 step for FHE decryption. The complexity of Diamond IO is attributed to the conditional FHE decryption, adjustments for uniformly random-looking outputs, and the construction of ABE encodings without compromising security. The first two concepts are influenced by HLL23 and AKY24, while the third draws from GGH15. With Diamond IO introducing a novel application for generating input encodings. And here comes the decryption step. Given the evaluator acquiring an input, acquiring four types of BGG plus encodings input of one, this one element will be useful in later stages, and then the FHE encryptions of the fixed hidden input to F, which Vitalik Buterin denotes as Z, and the encrypted version is denoted as E of Z. This is not expected value, so don't mix them up. The public input bits are S star bx1 minus x1 star g plus ex1 up to s times bxl minus xl times g plus exl, where x1 up to xl is the input to f. And FHE decryption key, which must be low norm, and the last value must be -1, will be called T. So the this ensemble together is 1 E of Z, X, and then T. The evaluator first goes through the BGG plus combination using the encodings of E, Z, and then X. This combination is not directly f of x and z, but instead is FHE with attribute evaluation f, x, and e of z. From the perspective of BGG plus x and e of z are both clear text bits, while from the FHE perspective, z is a hidden input, of which only the encrypted form is known to the evaluator. After this BGG plus combination, the evaluator is given with the BGG plus encodings of bits of the FHE ciphertext in the form representing the FXZ. BGG plus is not a fully homomorphic encryption. Well, instead, it computes on BGG plus encodings requires having the underlying clear text. But this rule can be avoided for additions and for multiplications with known values. This is because a BGG plus encoding of MA times MB is computed via Cout equals MB times CA plus CB times G inverse BA. And if the encodings were adding G times M instead of subtracting, then the inside of it will be G inverse of negative BA instead. Here, MA is unknown, given only via encodings, as long as MB is known. Recall the GSW decryption in the previous live streaming yesterday. The here is the round of decryption key times the ciphertext. The evaluator knows all bits of the actual execution trace, including the final FHE ciphertext Y, and the evaluator can be given the FHE decryption key T only as a BGG plus encoding. The decryption process described involves the use of BGG plus encodings and fully homomorphic encryption FHE to securely compute and extract information. The evaluator is provided with the encrypted inputs and decryption key, so the process begins by performing those BGG plus computations on these inputs. These 2 or 3 inputs, consider the encodings, where the BGG plus encodings represent bits of the FHE ciphertext. Although BGG plus is not fully homomorphic, it allows for certain operations like additions and multiplications by known values without requiring the clear text. So the challenge lies in rescaling bits to ensure correct encoding during computations. This can be achieved by grouping bits of the same order and applying a bucket-wise left shift operator. Effectively align higher order bits. This operation maintains the integrity of the encodings without introducing significant errors. To extract the desired information, the evaluator utilizes a low-norm preimage and a trapdoor mechanism, ensuring that only specific combinations yield the correct result. The process concludes when the evaluator rounding off the results to obtain the final decrypted value. The security of this method relies on the precise structure of the circuit and the unique trapdoor, which prevents unauthorized extraction of information. You may take a look at these graphs to get a better understanding in its mechanism. Grouping together encodings of bits of the same order, which will eventually be inside the same value in the answer. The whole column Tj times Yijb for some specific I and B across all j, summation S times B out IJB minus Tj times yjb times g plus ELIJB equals s times BLIB minus TYIB times g plus ELIB. The rescaling part is that we sum up s times BLIB minus TYIB times g plus ELIB times 2 to the power b for b from 0 to log q minus 1. And the error of the highest order term would get multiplied by this 2 to the power log q minus 1, that is q over 2. So instead of this operation, we may move the order into summation s times BLIB minus TYIB times g plus ELIB times g inverse 2 to the power bg. Also for b from 0 to log q minus 1, here g inverse 2 to the power bg is doing all the work here. This is the so-called bucket-wise left shift operator G. It takes each log q minus bit bucket ty and shift them all to the left. To see why G inverse 2bg has this shift effect, you may take a look at G inverse on its own. G inverse is a right inverse of G, the bit decomposition operator, but not a matrix. And the plain G inverse of G is the identity matrix. If you multiply G by 2 before sticking it into G inverse, each binary decomposition is shifted up by only one place, such that you may get the desired shift. This is the notational trick that allows for left shifting every bucket to be encoded into a vector matrix algebra notation. The whole G inverse 2 to the power bg matrix is of very low norm, so it does not unreasonably blow up the error. And you get the BGG plus encoding of TY in terms of S times B final I minus G times TYI plus E final I. Rewriting BGG plus encoding as S times B final I minus S times G times TYI plus E final I. You may extract a single column from this expression, the lowest order column in the last bucket, S times BI minus S times G times TYI plus E. Choosing the lowest order column diverges from the traditional GSW decryption, where you may extract the highest order column. Since the bucket-wise shifting, due to the bucket-wise shifting trick, by this point the lowest order column contains all the information grabbed from the highest order columns representing the values that you care most about, the message. You may constrain S so that its last value, denoted as S last, equals in -1. As mentioned before, notice the column of G chosen. G is a bunch of zeros followed by a 1. And you may get a simplified expression as S times BI minus S last times TYI plus EI equals to S times BI plus TYI plus EI, since S last is just -1. To compute S times BI such that we may remove it, reverse pull in one fact from a later part of this article. That is, the evaluator has access to S in the form of an encoded sample. CT equals M. This is the tensor product. If you are familiar with quantum physics or quantum computation, you should be familiar with this notation. Here, M is the full input to the obfuscated combination. Tensor product with S, so it is a vector of length length of M and length of S that contains S multiplied by the first value in M. Using the trapdoor machinery in ABE to make a low norm pre-image kg that satisfies PL times kg equals M, where M is a matrix containing all the BIs. That is, the extractor comes from each B final I matrix, padded with extra zeros to make the dimensions match up. This ensures that CT times kg evaluates to M tensor product S times PL plus EL times kg equals M tensor product S times PL times kg plus EL times kg equals M tensor product S times M plus EG. Notice that only the first length of S rows of M are non-zero, and the first length of S values in M tensor product S are just S. So the above form reduces to S times M plus EG, which is a concatenation of all S times BI plus EIG required. The security of the cryptographic scheme discussed hinges on ensuring that outputs are uniformly random, specifically jointly pseudo-random across all inputs. This requirement presents challenges, particularly as the error in a normal GSW decryption is usually much smaller than the message, leading to a spiky distribution around specific values. Moreover, the error correlates with the message, potentially leaking information, and the output distribution is not inherently uniform due to the nature of most functions. To address these issues, Vitalik Buterin proposed modifications to the function evaluated in FHE. By incorporating two secrets, a secret input and a random PRF key, and employing a hash function that returns value within a specified bound, we aim to optimize the evaluation process. This involves selectively multiplying components to manage error impact, while ensuring pseudo-random noise masks any FHE and ABE related noise. Additionally, Vitalik Buterin introduces a hash into the function itself for enhanced security, utilizing generic algorithms like SHA 256 where efficiency is not a concern. The final output is achieved by storing back after obtaining the diamond IO output, ensuring full pseudo-randomness. This approach, known as prompt bootstrap, transforms obfuscation for pseudo-random functionalities into a broader form application to any function. Such techniques, although sometimes viewed as sketchy due to their dual role as random oracles and implementable circuits, are increasingly prevalent in modern cryptography. For traditional I/O which conceals the function, we employ a universal circuit approach with a private program input, maintaining consistency with more conservative obfuscation methods. Here explains the adjustments to the function f of x and z. The outputs TYI plus EI are uniformly random, should be ensured. In fact, jointly pseudo-random across all to the power L inputs. Jointly pseudo-random means that if you're given unlimited access to the full exponentially sized table, though still only within a polynomial computational time, you are not able to distinguish it from some random data. This is the one of the challenging part, because in normal GSW decryption, the last entry T times Y equals Q over 2 times M plus C, and it is problematic in two senses, since the error is almost much smaller than the message. The output is very spiky around the values 0 and Q over 2, and even if the error somehow always covers the full range, it is difficult that the worst case and average case tend to different messages. LWE error is correlated with the message itself, so it will potentially leak information. That said, The distribution of outputs M itself is not uniform because most natural functions F are not random. Modifying the function evaluated in FHE, Vitalik Buterin makes Z containing two secrets, Z1, Z2. The secret input to the function and a random RPF key. The FHE dot evaluate F prime XEZ, where F prime XZ is Q over 2 times fxz1 minus Q over 4 minus Emax plus h1 of xz2. h1 is a hash function that returns values in from 0 up to less than Q over 2 minus 2 Emax, where Emax is a bound on the largest possible error that a whole procedure could introduce. h1 must be a pseudo-random function, PRF, formally. For correctness, it's okay to just think of it as a hash. But in practice, computing this hash is where almost all the evaluation time lies. So to make Diamond IO practical, it will almost certainly involve heavily optimizing H1. The function to target the specific needs required, and not using generic algorithms like SHA-256. Unlike normal GSW where the Q over 2 factor is implicit, of course you can multiply that message by Q over 2 because otherwise it gets smushed by the error. Here, Vitalik Buterin multiplies the fxz1 part by Q over 2 but not the h1 xz2 part. It's okay with a few lower order digits of that getting mangled by the error. The h1 xz2 is not the data we care about recovering. Rather, it's meant to be maximum range pseudo-random noise. That is to smudge out the FHE and AB related noise. The goal of the Q over 4 minus Emax offset is to center the output of H1 to make the range from negative Q over 4 minus Emax to Q over 4 minus Emax, so that you can round to the nearest Q over 2 and divide to get back FXZ. Again, modifying the function by storing a hash, you get f prime xz equals Q over 2 times XOR of fxz1 with h2x minus Q over 4 minus Emax plus h1xz2. h2 also desires a random oracle property, but h2 is not a bottleneck for efficiency. So using generic algorithms like SHA-256 is fine here. Storing h2x back out after we get the final f prime xz output from the Diamond IO gives a final output in the clear. The result of this trick is that ty now fully pseudo-random has the probability that all highest order bits are pseudo-random since it gets stored with a bit of h2x, which is assumed to be pseudo-random in the formal sense described by the pseudo-random oracle model. And then all lower order bits are generated by h1xz2, which again assume pseudo-random. The 2Emax minus 2Emax wide empty space between the ranges of possible inputs for the 2Emax wide empty space for the two possible message values exponentially small compared to Q, and it's safe to ignore that. This whole technique is what PROM bootstrap mean. PROM bootstrap is a generic transformation that converts obfuscation for pseudo-random functionalities into a more general form of obfuscation that works for any function f. Looking at a hash simultaneously as a random oracle and an implementable circuit is considered sketchy cryptographic assumption, but is widely used today, for example, in recursive stacks. If you want to do traditional I/O, which hides a function instead of fixing a public function f and hiding a private input z, you may do the trick he already did many times in the more conservative problems of obfuscation. Make f to be a universal circuit VM, a virtual machine whose private input is a program P, such that it satisfies virtual machine of x and P equals P of x. The process of teaching the evaluator to learn input encodings involves a complex mechanism that ensures security while allowing flexibility in encoding generation. Initially, we assume that the evaluator receives BGG plus encodings effortlessly. But this is a simplification. The challenge lies in constructing encodings with unique secrets for each input bit, preventing the exposure of sensitive information. The core of the Diamond IO's machinery is designed to address this by employing a method where even a single bit change in the input results in a completely different encoder. This can be achieved by starting with a base message and secret and then defining matrices that transform these based on the input bits. These matrices, those tensoring and encoding, ensure that each encoding is tied to a unique secret, maintaining security. The evaluator's task is to generate encodings for any input while keeping them secret and distinct. This involves a series of matrix multiplications and transformations that bind the encodings at each step, ensuring that the evaluator does not have access to the underlying secrets. The obfuscator plays a crucial role in providing the necessary matrices and encodings, enabling the evaluator to navigate through a tree of possible encodings efficiently. Ultimately, the process results in blinded encodings that are securely bound to unique secrets, ready for evaluation without revealing sensitive data. Given BGG encodings S times BI minus G times MI plus EI, obfuscator could construct length of M plus L such encodings for M in the set of 0 and 1 with the same S. You can just subtract if you get two encodings with the same BI, the same S but different MI. When dealing with binary bits, it means 0 and 1. You may just subtract them and get S times G plus EI minus E2, leaking S in the clear. Somehow we have to give the evaluator a gadget that lets produce encodings for any M, but with a different aspiration. Start off with a base message. M0 equals the concatenation of E, EZ, and then X is the 0, X is all the zeros, and then T, and a base secret S0. For the ith bit, define matrices Mi0 and Mi1, which are the identity matrix, but with the one in the slot corresponding to the ith bit of X either deleted or moved to the first row. MIBI represents the idea of keeping M as it is, except changing the ith bit from in X to BI. Define low norm matrices Si0 and Si1, whose goal is to transform the whole secret. For any final vector, ML can be expressed as M0 times M1B1 times M2B2 up to MLBL. The corresponding S0 times S1B1, S2B2 up to SLBL gives the unique secret SL. The final goal is to fuse these transformations together such that each specific ML generated gives a BGG plus encodings constructed with a unique corresponding secret SL. You may take a tiny example where we start with tensoring the vectors M and S. The leftmost value in M is constrained to equal to 1, and the rightmost value in S is constrained to equal to -1. The tensor matrix looks like this. All unwritten entries are just 0. To see how M is in the shape described above, S is constrained so that it doesn't touch the last column, keeping the last value of S at -1. A key property of tensoring is that if M1 equals M0 times M1B1 and S1 equals S0 times S1B1, then M1 tensor product with S1 equals M0 tensor product with S0 times M1B1 tensor product with S1B1. For convenience, define QIB as equaling MIB tensor product SIB. The evaluator formula is to start with Q0 equals M0 tensor product with S0 multiplied by each QIBI equals MIBI tensor product with SIBI in sequence to get the QL equals ML tensor product SL at the end. This is some kind of distributive property of tensor product. The obfuscator gives the evaluator an encoding P0 equals Q0 times P0 plus E0, and the obfuscator then generate low norm matrices KIB which satisfy PI minus 1 times KIB equals QIB times PI plus EIB. This can be done due to the trapdoor mechanism. This is how the tree looks graphically. Even though the tree is of size 2 to the power L, number of actually distinct edge matrices generated this whole tree is only 2L plus 1, including the final KF got later. Mathematically, P1 equals P0 times Q1B1 equals Q0 times P0 times Q1B1 plus E0 times Q1B1 equals Q0 times Q1B1 plus times P1 plus E0 times Q1B1 plus Q0 times E1B1 equals Q0 times Q1B1 times P1 plus E1. And then P2 equals P1 times K2B2 equals Q0 times Q1B1 times P1 times K2B2 plus E1 times K2B2 equals Q0 times Q1B1 times Q2B2 times P2 plus E1 times K2B2 plus Q0 times Q1B1 times E2B2, and so on, all the way up until PL equals Q0 times Q1B1 times Q2B2 up to QLBL times PL plus EL. And you may do this by telescoping, where Q0 times Q1B1 up to QLBL is just QL. Notice both EI minus 1 times KIBI and QI minus 1 times EIBI collapse into EI. This means that KIB, QIB, and Q, hence MS, MIB, SIB all have to be of low norm as they are. Here we get an actually binding encoding of QL equals ML tensor product with SL. We have ML tensor product with SL times PL plus EL, and we need SL times BI minus G times MLI plus EI. We need another trapdoor KF, which needs to satisfy PL times KF equals U1 tensor product B4 minus I tensor product G. Here, U1 is a vector that is only 1 in the first position and 0 elsewhere. Depending on context, it means selecting only the first column, row, bucket, or entry. B4 is the concatenation of the B matrices for the encodings of the whole input, where BI is in S times BI minus G times BI plus EI. U1 tensor product with B4 means vertically stack many copies of B4 where the first is multiplied by 1 and the rest multiplied by 0. Or in similar terms, put a bunch of 0 below B4 to make the dimensions parable. I tensor product with G, it means multiply by G bucket wise, copying G along the diagonal using by tensor product with the identity matrix. Here, like the KG case, but unlike the KIB case, there's no error on the right hand side, because the error in the final ciphertext come from elsewhere, and the value on the right is a public expression, so there is no security risk to not masking. If we multiply ML tensor product SL times PL plus EL by KF, ML tensor product SL times PL times KF plus EL times KF equals ML tensor product SL times U1 tensor product B4 minus ML tensor product SL times I tensor product G plus EF equals SL times B4 minus ML tensor product SL times I tensor product G plus EF equals SL tensor product B4 minus ML tensor product SL times G plus EF. Since ML starts with one first bucket of ML tensor product SL is just SL. On the other hand, below the first bucket row, U1 tensor product B4 is just 0. Hence, ML tensor product SL times U1 tensor product B4 reduces to SL times B4. I tensor product G plays its role and we get multiplied by many copies of S for each message value in ML. Split up B4 into BTT, excluding T in the inputs and BT. Run the above procedure on these two pieces separately. This is equivalent to what we described. The conceptual reason to separate is that there are different kinds of data. The raw values of one easy X are given to the evaluator, but the raw values in T are not. The final product is the output is literally the concatenation of all the SL times BI minus G times BLI plus EFI BGG plus encodings. In the process of resummarizing Diamond IO, the evaluator receives an encoding that consists of two main components. One is the input function within the function input path initialized to 0, and the second part is an initial key combined together. For each bit of this message, the evaluator has the option to choose between two alternatives, effectively allowing them to write either 0 or 1 into the ith bit of function input segment, while simultaneously incorporating a new factor into the key. Upon completion, the evaluator processes an encoding of the final function and key component. This is then multiplied by an additional trapdoor to transform it into BGG plus encodings. The evaluator proceeds with the BGG plus computation to derive the ciphertext. Decrypting a GSW ciphertext involves the vector by matrix multiplication followed by rounding. In this scenario, the evaluator has access to both BGG plus encodings and clear text bits of the function, but only BGG plus encodings for the key. The process involves performing a BGG plus multiplication with a bucket-wise left shift operation to appropriately scale entries representing higher order bits. This results in an encoding from which the evaluator extracts a single quote, specifically the lowest order entry in the bucket corresponding to the last entry fixed at -1. Simplifying the process, the evaluator then uses a trapdoor matrix to compute all necessary components simultaneously, but only for specific ones, enabling them to subtract out unnecessary parts and retain only the relevant elements. Finally, by rounding and dividing and storing back in clear text, the evaluator achieves the desired result. The security of the protocol in question hinges on significantly two relatively novel cryptographic assumptions. There's all product LWE and evasive LWE. Here, let me introduce these two cryptographic assumptions respectively. Evasive LWE introduced in WE22 posits the safety of publishing pre-images of a secret-bearing target. Specifically, it suggests that if matrices and samples, both with independent errors, are indistinguishable from random, then revealing a low-norm pre-image that satisfies certain conditions does not compromise the indistinguishability of the samples from random. This assumption allows for the safe publication of pre-images, even when they pertain to a masked but secret-bearing target. On the other hand, all product LWE asserts that constructing a family of samples with many secrets through a specific path product mechanism results in joint pseudorandomness, akin to having truly independent secrets. This relies on the assumption that initial errors entering the product are pseudorandom, which is a reasonable assumption given the publication of matrices under the evasive LWE framework. These assumptions are innovative and plausible. Yet they carry inherent risk due to their novelty and the non-falsifiable nature of evasive LWE. This latter assumption is particularly challenging, as it suggests that for every algorithm capable of distinguishing one set of data, there exists another that can distinguish another set, complicating the identification of counterexamples. While evasive LWE was known scenarios where it fails, Diamond Owl strategically selects a form that circumvents these pitfalls. Nonetheless, further security analysis is essential to ensure the robustness and safety of all of these assumptions in practice. The construction of BGG plus encodings is relatively straightforward, partly due to the ability to use a fan-out greater than 2, allowing for efficient bit filling per multiplication. However, the evaluation of BGG plus presents significant challenges, primarily due to the overhead association with ABE with FHE, where FHE involves the GSW scheme. Although GSW possesses advantageous algebraic properties, such as eliminating the need for relinearization or key switching and accommodating plain text in various ciphertext bit sizes, it is less efficient compared to other algorithms like BFE, leading to its limited use in production environments. Additional inefficiencies stem from the system's intolerance for high-depth circuits. As error accumulation becomes problematic with each BG plus evaluation round and additional input bits, the requirement to account for all possible inputs within the proof necessitates sub-exponentially secure parameters, which are considerably larger than standard ones. The primary computational bottleneck lies in the depth required for APE times FHE operations, with the depth of operation computation itself being a critical factor. Currently, Diamond IO employs a tree of Goldrich PLG execution to instantiate this depth, with a multiplicative depth of 3 per fan-out. To enhance the efficiency of Diamond IO, limiting the need for certain components, potential strategies include replacing the Goldrich PLG tree with a more efficient alternative, substituting GSW with a more efficient FHE variant, or merging ABE and FHE layers to exploit native FHE operations over approximate computation. Furthermore, removing the sub-exponentially secure requirement or optimizing obfuscation around IO-complete programs could provide significant improvements. Despite its current inefficiencies, Diamond IO's simplicity and analytical clarity offer potential for further exploration and development towards a viable obfuscation protocol. Let me talk about the document. There is a transcript of Liang Wenfeng's internal speech to investors at DeepSeek. In the let me take a 1 minute break, and if you have any questions regarding the paper, the 2 articles written by Vitalik Buterin, you may type in the chat room or discuss with us in our Discord server. Good morning, Gura. Yeah, when I stay further from my screen, from my camera, my image grows smaller. Let's talk about Liang Wenfeng's 4-hour investor meeting transcript. DeepSeek completed its first external funding round since inception last month. The total amount raised in this round exceeded RMB 50 billion, approximately $7.4 billion US, with a pre-money valuation of approximately 367.5 billion RMB, about $54.3 billion US. Among the investors, DeepSeek founder Liang Wenfeng personally contributed RMB 20 billion. Tencent invested RMB 10 billion. Cattle 03750, another Hong Kong stock, invested RMB 5 billion. NetEase, NTES, JD.com, and IDG Capital each contributed RMB 3 billion, while the National Artificial Intelligence Industry Investment Fund contributed RMB 1 billion. Previously, Liang Wenfeng had adhered to the principle of no fundraising, no IPO, no commercialization. This large-scale financing marks DeepSeek's formal entry into capital markets and has drawn significant industry attention to its commercialization strategy and technological vision. At a recent investor briefing, Liang Wenfeng elaborated on DeepSeek's organizational culture, open source philosophy, technology roadmap, and perspective on the industry's competitive landscape. Here is the transcript of Liang Wenfeng's remarks from a nearly 4-hour discussion session obtained by Tencent Technology, organized thematically into 118 entries. This text preserves its original meaning as closely as possible with only minor editorial adjustments. First comes the vision and retrain. Here, let me recap from what Liang Wenfeng he said. When we first started this company, meaning DeepSeek, our original intention was not about how much money we would eventually make, going public, entering capital markets, or anything like that. The initial team of thousands of people never thought that way. If they had, they wouldn't have joined us. We undertook this endeavor with a profound goodwill toward the world. We believe it is beneficial to humanity, a pursuit beyond monetary value. Our founding vision, and the one we continue to uphold today, has never been driven by the goal of maximizing commercial profit. Managing a large company does not rely on your rules and regulations, but on vision. Vision is not a... let me share the screen a little bit. Vision is not a slogan hanging on the wall. It's about what you do, not what you say. It is how you actually operate. Regarding its enterprise culture. We're not organized in a conventional sense. We're driven entirely by vision, a single vision that organizes us. We don't operate based on targets like I must achieve certain KPIs or performance evaluations. We don't have only vision. This vision isn't even documented. It has never been written down. It resides in how we act and in our attitude toward the world. This is quite odd because usually a company would write its vision down. We don't have many other advantages. We don't possess exceptional capabilities, nor are we wealthier than others, nor do we have superior talent compared to other companies. None of that is true. When we founded this company 2 years ago, we had very little money, no significant resources, no brand recognition, and no influence. We're just a group of ordinary people. And here you may see that Liang Wenfeng is actually very humble. He actually made tons of money by using quantitative trading strategies. If you know, the more restrained you are, the more likely you are to succeed, or at least that is how true so far and offers a plausible explanation. Otherwise, there would be no way to explain how we succeeded. With no special advantages, started from a very low point, had extremely limited resources, and our team was simply a random group of ordinary individuals. The AI opportunity is enormous. The stakes are incredibly high. We remain highly disciplined. As long as we can succeed, the eventual rewards will be massive. Even a small share of that value would be enormous. So there is absolutely no need right now to worry about which portion of the benefits to claim or how to capture them. I believe that consideration is entirely unnecessary because the potential upside is already so vast. Last Chinese New Year, we will certainly gain a large number of users. If we did not try to retain them aggressively, monetize them, or rush to capture commercial value from them, we didn't chase users or seek immediate profits. Instead, we focused intently on delivering excellent service to them. We don't harbor ambitions like building the next super app, competing against specific rivals, or becoming the next ByteDance or the next Tencent. With no such intentions whatsoever, I believe the opportunity ahead with AGI is truly immense, and will always remain so. Restraint is a strategic choice. It means something sacrificing certain things in order to gain far greater benefits elsewhere. Our decision is not to open source our technology follows the same principle. It can be seen both as a form of pressure we accept and as an act of concession on our part. This kind of restraint, as I understand it, increases our chances of successfully developing AGI in the long run. When evaluating any decision, I have no doubt whatsoever that AGI will deliver tremendous commercial value. Given that foundation, my priority is not maximizing our share of the pie, but rather increasing the probability that we actually succeed in building AGI. We've always been very restrained and reluctant to become a competitor to any large or small internet company. I hope I can empower him or assist everyone in doing this, and I hope to help everyone accomplish this. I believe that by adhering to this attitude in the past, we haven't actually lost out on anything. Our open source approach, our goodwill, or our willingness to help others has not caused us to miss out on anything. In fact, it may even have given us an advantage. This might seem counterintuitive, but it is indeed the case. Our goal is AGI, but we have consistently pursued commercialization, which is why we have CN users and BN revenue. Historically, this strategy has proven successful. And here Liang Wenfeng points out his one of his point on his business model, and which we Weebearn adopt also. That is CN user and BN revenue. 咁喺呢度啊，梁文峰佢就道出咗佢其中一個商業模型啦，就係、做普通客戶用戶，但係收益來源就嚟自於一啲企業客戶，嚟自於其他嘅 business。咁呢個其實都同我哋獨撚賺錢台想會嚟緊會做嘅盈利模式去吻合嘅。咁就係我哋獨撚賺錢台同樣都係服務普通嘅 consumer， 即係 C 端啦。咁但係我哋盈利可能就會嚟自於一啲 B 端嘅捐助，即係其他慈善組織嘅同業嘅捐贈，又或者係一啲同其他機構嘅合作。And next, move on to the AGI roadmap of Liang Wenfeng. If you can clearly define a problem and provide complete context and instructions, it already surpasses human capability. However, by the way, what I said is that the business model of DeepSeek is quite analogous to Weebearn. Actually, we decided we are moving on and doing so is that Weebearn provide services for CN customers, CN users, obligationary. We provide microservices But for the revenue stream, we are seeking for some cooperation or collaboration with other charities like us. We are looking for maybe some benefits or some donations for other charity organization like Weebearn, such that we may continue to provide financial education services to ordinary CN users and contribute to the society as we have done so in the previous 3 to 6 years or 3 to 4 years. And I also believe that combining financial education with AI is what we contribute the most to the society in the current stage. So let me continue to recap what Liang Wenfeng said in his recording. If you can clearly define a problem and provide complete context and instructions, it already surpasses human capability. However, there is a caveat. This assumes you provide it with full context and complete instructions. AI cannot replace your employees. However, if AI possesses continuous learning capabilities such that, like a new employee, it can learn within your company over 2 months, it could potentially replace anyone. Therefore, what we are missing before reaching the next stage is continuous learning. We can view AI development as a series of steps. Last year's step was chain of thought (COT) because we discovered that using COT enables intelligence to reach a higher level. This year's step is agent because we found that using agents allows systems to handle more complex tasks, broadening their capability range and raising their upper intelligence limit. Agents rely on COT, and COT itself builds upon prior steps, namely language models. So none of these steps are wasted. After agents, we believe the next critical challenge to address is continuous learning. Specifically, how to enable models to learn continuously over time, rather than requiring intensive training upfront. They should be able to learn persistently over extended periods, much like humans do. After achieving continuous learning, we may reach a singularity, the point at which a model capable of continuous learning can perform any task humans can. It will then be able to develop its own subsequent versions, conduct its own research, and build increasingly advanced AI models autonomously. This singularity is not actually a singularity, it is also a gradual process. This process may be a relatively long, incremental change rather than a sudden shift. However, by habit, we tend to view it as a singularity. This is our speculation, our view of the likely timeline. First, solve the problem of learning how to learn, then reach the intelligent singularity capable of self-iteration. And only after that will embodied intelligence emerge. Once embodied intelligence arrives, it will enter the real world and perform tasks such as household chores or elder care for you. If you first solve continuous learning, then address the self-iterating singularity, and finally tackle embodied intelligence, the path forward will be much smoother. By that stage, earlier technologies can assist in developing subsequent ones. We focus exclusively on AGI mainline. The AI field is broad, and many areas fall outside this core trajectory. For example, 3D or video generation, which we believe have little relevance to the central path of intelligence. Therefore, we will not pursue them. And here, Liang Wenfeng pointed out his stance against video generation or image generation field. In a short sense, when video generation first emerged, it became extremely popular, creating the impression that it was essential. If you didn't do it, we wouldn't consider an AI company. I found it puzzling because upon closer examination, it clearly has no meaningful connection to the roadmap of intelligence. Commercially, it's a good business. It's a good business from a commercial standpoint, but it has nothing to do with intelligence. We won't pursue something merely because it's commercially attractive. We'll only pursue it if it lies on intelligence roadmap. Assessment, world models, and general intelligence are not yet the most critical priorities at this stage. What matters most right now is AI training, and following that, solving the challenge of continuous learning. This is our company's judgment. Of course, other companies may hold different views. We currently find one narrative particularly compelling: AI can accelerate AI research itself. In other words, progress isn't linear. Because you can use AI to accelerate your own research, advancement may become non-linear over time. I believe we must ultimately move toward embodiment. For an ordinary person, their needs aren't centered around computers. Normal people care about eating, drinking, entertainment, clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. They don't need computers per se. What they truly need is embodied intelligence to fulfill intangible human requirements. What do we hope AGI can do? We want it to help us iterate the next version of our model, just as it would help develop the next iteration of itself. Once embodied intelligence is achieved, we hope it will similarly build the next generation of embodied system, creating the next version of robots. The core capability of next generation models must include continuous learning. Only then can they be called next generation models. Until that point, what we can do is focus on reducing costs while improving in performance and increasing speed. However, for a major breakthrough, the model should possess continuous learning capabilities. Current AI agents are limited in capability because they cannot learn continuously or effectively sustain learning over time. If we could first implement continuous learning successfully, AI's capabilities would be extremely powerful and significantly enhance the efficiency of our own research. Once continuous learning is achieved, general intelligence may become much easier to attain. It will be straightforward to build upon it. Therefore, this is the outcome we hope to see, one that requires less effort and allows us to work more easily. Otherwise, manually developing general intelligence today is an arduous, labor-intensive, and data-intensive endeavor with low-cost effectiveness. Regarding its team and talent, Liang Wenfeng said, my key insight from our prior experience is that the vision of AGI is profoundly compelling. Our talent advantage does not lie in individuals being inherently smarter than others, but rather in how we organize, motivate, and enable these individuals to collaborate effectively. Simply gathering intelligent people together does not automatically result in effective collaboration or passionate pursuit of a shared goal. You need a compelling vision to align them. Our paramount core interest is maintaining team stability. This is our greatest and perhaps sole core interest. As long as we preserve team stability, we will undoubtedly succeed in achieving AGI. It's as simple as that. Funding is certainly not an issue, nor are resources or other factors. They are all readily obtainable. For us, there is only one core interest, one non-negotiable priority. We must maintain team stability. This also represents one of our most significant challenges, or in my view, our greatest risk. Fortunately, this risk has been substantially mitigated by our recent funding round, as team members receive substantial equity grants with considerable values. In terms of team stability, as long as our most critical and longest tenured employees remain committed, others are likely to leave, even if their equity compensation or income is somewhat lower. That's because they are not solely motivated by financial gain. Everyone wishes to work in an environment where AGI can truly be realized. Everyone else is just a matter of time. At worst, other factors might delay us by 6 months or a year, but they won't prevent us from succeeding. We definitely aren't short of money, and we're certainly lacking resources. None of these are real constraints. Our main gap with the US lies in resources. The gap in human capital isn't significant. In fact, there's almost no difference in talent, because it's essentially the same pool of people, many of whom are Chinese. When Chinese individuals go abroad, some stay domestically while others remain overseas or move abroad. It's not as if only the smarter ones leave. That's simply not the case. Talent is not the bottleneck. Resources are the biggest constraint. Resource limitations directly affect talent development because of limited computing power. We have fewer opportunities to run experiments, which results in an overall talent gap compared to the US. Fundamentally, this talent gap stems from the disparity in computing power. The shortage of AI talent is only temporary, and we are already seeing significant alleviation. There is no real scarcity of AI talent. Companies can quickly cultivate personnel, and training people happens rapidly. Right now, there are simply too many companies in China developing foundation models, far too many. In the US, there may be only three major players, whereas China has an excessive number of firms working on base models. Ultimately, the market will inevitably consolidate, as these many players are unsustainable. Our company's management operates along two tracks, one top-down and one bottom-up. Actually, this is one of the most famous concept in AGI development. The bottom-up approach means that each individual decides what they want to work on and pursues it independently without oversight or KPIs. You may consider it a metaphor or analogy used on management of human beings. Generally, we aim for employees to spend at least half of their time on self-directed work, doing whatever they choose. This falls within the scope of research, allowing them to explore topics they consider important, without any predefined requirements. We generally don't encourage overtime work for two reasons. First, research requires a relaxed environment. If you're under excessive pressure, genuine research becomes impossible, since research depends on personal curiosity and ongoing reflection on problems. It can only thrive in a relatively relaxed setting. Second, we maintain extreme focus. Being highly focused means we take on very few initiatives. Consequently, there simply isn't enough work to require overtime. A principle constant with our earlier emphasis on restraint. Our company as a whole is built on consensus. I don't unilaterally decide everything. Instead, I actively seek alignment. My authority and influence within the company are grounded in shared consensus. Actually, this is also a very meaningful management wisdom that we may learn about.我哋其實都可以學習梁文峰嘅管治智慧啦，就正如我哋做緊賺錢台咁。我哋都好鼓勵大家自主咁去做研究啦，同埋唔去做太多微操嘅管理。咁佢講得好好嘅一點就係講緊我用中文講翻啦，就係你要真係做好你嘅研究咧，係要喺一個低壓力嘅環境啊。因為你要喺一個舒適放鬆嘅環境。如果你係喺一個極高壓嘅環境下咧，一個真誠嘅研究係冇可能，因為研究係取決於你個人嘅好奇心同埋一個持續嘅對問題嘅反思啦，所以佢只能夠喺一個相對寬鬆嘅一個 harness 嗰度去做。佢本身係講緊梁雲峰佢第一就係佢唔鼓勵 OT 啦，因為佢極度專注啦。第二就係佢會俾一半嘅時間以上咯，即係至少有一半時間係有得 DeepSeek 嘅員工去自己去揾嘢嚟研究，即係唔會固定佢哋有啲乜嘢要求咁樣，就係俾佢哋選擇自己嘅研究工作。咁到緊我覺得對於我哋一個 VTuber 經紀公司嚟講都好值得參考，即係到緊我自己喺我管理自己嘅公司咧，亦都會沿用呢個梁雲峰嘅管治智慧啦。咁就係容許啲員工去有至少一半時間係去自主工作或者自主研究，同埋提供一個比較舒適放鬆嘅環境俾啲下屬去做一啲真實嘅探究。What I said is that I I would like to adopt Liang Wenfeng's management in my own company. For example, in our Weebearn agency in the coming stages. And I also recommend if you are a boss or a founder like me, you may also consider referencing on Liang Wenfeng's management。我亦都鼓勵，如果你好似杜撚我咁係一個老細或者一個創辦人，你都可以好似我哋咁去學習梁文峰嘅管治智慧。Let me continue to transcript what Liang Wenfeng said. This decision-making mechanism is essentially a consensus-seeking process. It's not that I can push something through unilaterally. It must be based on consensus before I can move forward, and only then will I proceed. 咁就好似我哋講賺錢台咁啊，都係建基於一個共識啊，一個共識機制。As our headcount grows, I will make this adjustment. In fact, we need to implement this adjustment immediately because I'm already working on it. Without this adjustment, many initiatives simply cannot move forward. Indeed, many departments should have a proper organizational structure. On the fourth part of is recording of his transcript, Liang Wenfeng talk about computing power and resources. How many GPUs do we need? Right now, more is definitely better. Within our budget constraints, the more GPUs we can get, the better. That's beyond question. Therefore, our current strategy is to purchase as many GPUs as possible at reasonable price. In reality, it's extremely difficult to spend all this money. We simply can't acquire enough GPUs. They're hard to obtain, and prices are very high. We also can't justify spending excessively high prices. The cost must remain reasonable. If our procurement team manages to spend 20 billion renminbi this year, that will represent exceptional performance. Our biggest gap relative to the United States lies in resources. On the computing power front, we face two challenges. Domestically, we can't secure enough GPUs, and our capital investment is significantly lower than that of the US. At the capital investment level, we fall far short. Salaries for talent represent only a small portion of this gap. Even though they might offer compensation packages worth hundreds of millions of US dollars, when you break it down, personnel costs remain minor. The bulk of the investment goes to computing power. All the differences we observe, including those in talent, model capabilities, and applications, can essentially be attributed to disparities in computing resources. Our gap with the US might amount to roughly 12 months, possibly 12 to 18 months, or perhaps 6 to 12 months. To put it simply, we're about 2 years behind, but we're achieving results using only 1/20th of the computing power the US employs. The current narrative is that we're 1 to 2 years behind, but operating with just 1/20th of their computing power. Going forward, our goal is to rewrite this narrative using only a fraction of their computing power while compressing that time gap further to 6 months or even 3 months. 咁其實你會睇到DeepSeek 佢都好犀利，佢就講緊佢用12分之一嘅算力就做到緊隨美國其後1年到2年到嘅時間，而佢嘅目標係想淨係用一部分嘅算力啦，就去追得上僅6個月甚至3個月落後，咁係非常之犀利。Belief in scaling large scale undoubtedly yields better performance and unlocks additional capabilities. What truly limits our scaling isn't lack of desire, it's a shortage of computing power. We simply don't have enough computing resources to scale as much as we'd like. We train such a large model not because I think this size is sufficient, but simply because this is the amount of resources I happen to have. I calculated the maximal model size I could afford to train based on my available resources. It was derived that way, not because this model size is inherently adequate. When Silicon Valley says scaling has reached its limits, that's from Silicon Valley's perspective. For China, we're still far from that point. We haven't even come close to achieving that level of scaling. This scaling includes data scaling, model size scaling, and training costs. Regarding domestic chips and ecosystem, NVIDIA CUDA's mode is rapidly eroding. On one hand, with the advent of AI, building an ecosystem has become significantly easier than before because AI can now write code. The market for compute cards is now larger than that for gaming cards, so there's no longer any reason to keep these two coupled. The current trend indicates they will no longer be integrated. Sorry, I think there was a disconnection. Let me continue. Domestic AI chip substitution currently presents a historic opportunity. We believe that within the next year, we will see concrete validation of one key fact. The domestic chip ecosystem works perfectly well. Previously, people assumed it was problematic, that domestic chips were unusable or difficult to use. But I believe that within a year, this perception will be overturned by real-world evidence. Both the hardware and ecosystem for domestic AI chips are sound. The only issue is insufficient production capacity. There are no barriers to adapting to domestic chips. NVIDIA cannot stop this shift. In a normal commercial environment where NVIDIA GPUs are readily available, domestic substitution would be challenging. However, when NVIDIA GPUs are unavailable, everyone is forced to turn to domestic alternatives. During the V3 training phase, we still use NVIDIA GPUs, but we no longer rely on NVIDIA's software ecosystem. Instead, we develop a high-level compiler called Taolang and build the entire workflow on the Taolang ecosystem, making us almost entirely independent of NVIDIA's ecosystem. I'm quite optimistic about domestic computing power. In this regard, I believe NVIDIA is digging its own grave. Huawei's SuperNote, specifically the Ascend 950 SuperNote, can fully match NVIDIA's GB200 and GB300 and both performance and price. 4 Huawei accelerated cards are equivalent to 1 NVIDIA accelerated card. I believe the gap between US and the US in semiconductors will no longer exist in terms of ecosystem going forward. But in chips themselves, we are currently behind by a factor of 4 plus 2 years. We are currently cooperating primarily with Huawei. Huawei handles its own adaptation, but will participate in this ecosystem and become deeply involved in Huawei's initiatives. Huawei's main issue remains insufficient production capacity. I don't believe we'll still be constrained by production capacity issues 5 years from now. Certainly we are constrained by capacity today, and likely will be this year, next year, and the year after. But I'm fairly optimistic that this may no longer be the case 5 years out. Regarding competitive landscape and industry outlook, Liang Wenfeng said, the eventual performance gap among different models should be assessed holistically. Model performance comparisons are only meaningful when conducted at equivalent cost levels, just as comparing two cars only makes sense when they're in the same price range. Anthropics, regarding the question, is Anthropic surpassing OpenAI? Is this a long-term trend? Liang Wenfeng doesn't think so. He said, it's certainly temporary. OpenAI and Google will most likely continue to alternate in taking a lead in the future. When global AI value chains become clearly divided by specialization, Chinese companies are very likely to assume the role of the largest scale producer. Logically speaking, we already have the greatest production capacity, including in semiconductors, where our capacity may be the largest. We also have the most abundant power supply. Chinese manufacturers tend to make products the most cost competitive. And in terms of performance, many Chinese-made products today are virtually indistinguishable from their American counterparts. AI may follow a similar trajectory. Chinese-developed AI could become significantly cheaper. This cost advantage is likely systematic, consistent with how China offers more affordable services across other industries. Ultimately, the gap boils down to 3 dimensions: cost, time, and user experience. Beyond these, there probably isn't much difference. Cost is definitely a differentiating factor. I say it's the primary distinction. The second is timing. When you can deliver matters, being several months ahead or behind makes a significant difference. OpenAI initially believed it could truly monopolize the world, but in reality, it will face numerous competitors. will encounter challenges and won't have an easy path ahead. The US will face competition and in the future may also face competition from China, as Chinese providers are willing to offer the same service for significantly less. Those who aim to take more will be defeated by those who aim to take less. You don't need to actually take more. If your vision is to take more, you'll be defeated by those whose vision is to take less. In fact, nobody has actually made money yet. It's all just about vision. If your vision is to take more, you've already lost and will face greater difficulties. For us, our goal isn't to capture the highest possible profit or set prices to maximize returns. Instead, we aim only for a reasonable margin. This is simply an explanation. I genuinely believe this and am not fabricating a justification because there is no need to. I believe that in many aspects of user experience, we may actually outperform the US in terms of product capability. We are not necessarily inferior to the US. Our costs should be also lower, so China will remain competitive. The cost advantage is easy to understand since others don't need to develop this capability, they simply don't prioritize it. They certainly don't value it as much as we do. We can treat it as a critical priority, whereas for them it's unimportant. In the large model space, it's likely sufficient to have two major companies and two small ones. The gap between them boils down to just two factors, time and cost. Therefore, no single player is likely to earn excessive profits. I don't believe supernormal profits are sustainable. Those with better cost control will earn slightly more. Those with poor cost control will earn less. That's all there is to it. Regarding model research and development and technology, Liang Wenfeng stated, at our company, about half of our employees usually consider OpenAI superior. Anthropic does have a first mover advantage, but that advantage will likely disappear quickly. It's not something they can sustain long term. All three companies ourselves, OpenAI and Anthropic, are highly capable, but among them, our efficiency is the highest. We spend the least amount of money and burn the least capital. We've been consistently working on multimodal capabilities for products, and especially for consumer-facing CN products. Multimodality is important. However, regarding the upper limits of intelligence, it is merely a component, not the core essence itself. We plan to release relevant models soon. Specifically, our V4 and subsequent versions will natively support multimodality. However, we view multimodality as a component of intelligence, not as intelligence itself. I can only say that I haven't seen an upper limit to the scaling of language models yet. Neither our current level of intelligence nor that of the US appears to have hit any ceiling. 佢意思即係多模態係智慧嘅一個面向，而唔係智慧本身。佢係一個智慧嘅一個部分。Many people internally think this way. First and foremost, it must be useful for ourselves, primarily built for our own use. This is also the fastest path toward achieving AGI. If it works well for us, it likely works well for others too, but we must first ensure it works well for ourselves. The primary objective of the models we build isn't necessarily that they work well for everyone else, but that they work well for us. First and foremost, they must be useful to us. Once they are useful to us, I can develop the next version of the model more quickly. We call this lottery scratching. The barrier to entry is very low. Anyone can try, but who actually finds something valuable? I don't know whether that depends on talent or something else. Therefore, we don't need to allocate resources here. What sets us apart from other companies is that we spend time discussing this issue, thinking deeply about it, and treating it as something important. Regarding commercialization and pricing, Liang Wenfeng stated that our API pricing aims for a reasonable profit margin, roughly equivalent to recovering the cost of a batch of equipment purchased from the market within 10 months. I consider this a reasonable profit. If we were maximizing profits, we should set prices even higher. In this price range, user demand is inelastic, meaning that even if we double or increase prices by 50%, token consumption wouldn't change significantly. AI 個市場咧係非彈性，即係用戶個需求係非彈性嘅，就嘅個意思即係就算個價升2-3倍，其實對於代幣唔係對於嗰啲詞源嗰啲 token 嘅消耗其實冇乜顯著改變。 With one of our models, we initially worried about excessive demand, so we set the price relatively high at launch, which made many on the team unhappy. Later, I lowered the price to 1/4 of the original, and everyone became much happier. The ceiling for B2B business remains demand. Under the current generation of AGI and AI technologies, B2B demand is limited. It will grow rapidly, but not infinitely. Ultimately, it is constrained by demand, not compute capacity. 即係長遠都係取決於B to B 嘅需求，就好似我哋咁。Right now, I believe we should pursue all opportunities that are achievable. If this year we can generate several $100 million in B2B revenue, combined with our CN user base, they will already establish a solid commercial foundation. Assuming our B2B revenue materializes next year and demand continues to grow, the company could be close to or may already have reached net profitability. Even in the worst case scenario, selling APIs would likely still support a publicly listed company. Assuming there are no further technological advancements and our technology remains frozen as its current state, we'll then focus entirely on selling APIs and delivering these services as well, which I believe will be sufficient. Based on the current situation, I believe the most reasonable approach is to fully prioritize the development of a general-purpose agent. Other specialized agents, such as those for finance or healthcare, should be given lower priority. We should focus on coding, as a coding agent can accomplish a wide range of tasks and serve as a foundation for many vertical-specific agents. I myself agree with Liang Wenfeng on this point again. At this stage, we consider the coding agent to be the most important. I believe low cost is primarily an outcome. Our models have consistently evolved throughout. Lower cost in terms of architecture, which aligns with our vision. Additionally, we have numerous algorithmic approaches that can further reduce costs. Another reason costs can decrease is that lower costs enable us to train larger models. With limited computational resources, higher computational efficiency allows us to support larger models within the same compute budget. Regarding open source strategy, Liang Wenfeng stated that I believe we will open source our models, and even our strongest model may be open source. I don't see any clear benefits to keeping them closed source. No inherent advantages whatsoever. Take ByteDance for example. Their model is closed source. But what tangible benefit does that bring? I don't see any. Even if we open source the model and disclose everything, the barrier to entry remains extremely high. It's very difficult for others to actually deploy and use it effectively. Moreover, achieving low operational costs while using it is also exceedingly challenging. It's not easy at all. Open sourcing will not impact our revenue. I believe it has absolutely no effect on our business model. I'm not concerned at all about others deploying our model and competing with us. In fact, we hope they do. We aim to provide as much support as possible to the open source community to help everyone successfully deploy our models. In our external engagements, our stance is clear. We are solely focused on the AGI main path. We are very willing to assist and support anyone externally, even our competitors, including Alibaba, Zen.ai, the dark side of the moonshot, to do better. Because we don't lose anything, we're open source to begin with. Is the open source model we provide the same as the one we deploy ourselves? Yes, it is exactly the same. We'll never release an inferior open source model while using a better one internally. That simply doesn't happen. They are identical. 梁雲峰個意思即係，就算你開完咗你嘅模型，其實對你嘅盈利冇影響。咁啊，因為我杜撚之前喺社群入邊講過，你部署本地 AI 個成本本身就高，所以天然嚟講，你部署一個 AI 就係有個本金嘅護城河喺度。譬如就算陣講 Kimi K3 佢開完啦，咁 Kimi K3 你要 deploy 嘅話，咁佢都講緊係要花好幾千萬甚至上億。Regarding data and post-training, Liang Wenfeng shared that data should account for nearly half of the model's value. this is also one of the rich mindset. There's also the issue of data labeling. Let me actually a peer in the quant trading industry also share with this view. There's also the issue of data labeling. Our approach to data annotation is tied to our capital allocation. Given our current capital structure, we cannot afford the high cost associated with large-scale, high-quality data labeling. The cost of data labeling in the US is essentially no different from that in China. China does not have a cost advantage in data labeling, especially for high-end data, which makes it very difficult for us to invest in data labeling at the scale seen in the US. This path is extremely challenging in China because data labeling is simply too expensive, whether outsourced or done in-house. We are now essentially pursuing a two-pronged strategy. It's not that we're completely unable to label data. Rather, some labeling tasks are low cost while others are high cost. We start by labeling the low cost data first. You could say that roughly half of our company's personnel are currently engaged in data labeling. Half of our core researchers, the most critical team members, are dedicated to data labeling. At this stage, solving the AI challenge fundamentally hinges on data labeling. I believe the bottleneck in high-quality data labeling is time. It simply takes time. OpenAI, other international players, and Throughput all started earlier, have more capital and access to more GPUs. The hallucination problem in large models significantly impacts user experience. However, there is a way to address it. Though this is a long-term endeavor, hallucinations can be mitigated through improved post-training methods, and are therefore a solvable and improvable issue. Regarding organization and corporate positioning, Liang Wenfeng shared that first, we did not have any model to imitate. Every step we took was grounded in reality, making decisions based on actual conditions and figuring out what we should do accordingly. Thus, it is a product of its time, or rather a reflection of real-world circumstances, not the result of imitation. 即係佢唔係喺度模仿緊其他同行。We're clearly committed to commercialization. Ultimately, we must be able to sustain ourselves. We are, after all, a company, and the government will not give us a single cent. 咁啊，呢一點對於獨撚我呢啲社企嚟講都係重要，即係我哋點樣去維持翻我哋嘅營運，亦都係我哋嚟緊需要 focus on 嘅問題。咁啊，特別係喺我哋去擴張我哋嘅規模，咁啊，單靠獨撚我自己為愛發電係咪能夠維持？咁呢個係一個問題嚟。如果大家同獨撚我一樣係經營緊一間社企嘅話，我哋都鼓勵大家去有時間嘅話，可以都思考下個問題。咁啊，就係假設你未收到政府嘅資助嘅話，咁冇收政府資助，咁你點樣去維持你企業嘅營運或者日常運作啦？咁你日常運作都有成本嘅，即係好似獨撚我義務為大家提供理財教育咁樣，咁都有佢嘅成本喺度。At our core, we remain a company. Let's get back to the 4-hour investor meeting transcript of Liang Wenfeng. At our core, we remain a company. It's just that we carefully consider which revenues to pursue, when to monetize, how much to earn, and through what means. We make deliberate trade-offs. Many companies achieve greatness because they pursue goals beyond profit. Such aspirations ultimately do not hinder their commercialization. In fact, they often enhance it. Regarding our partners, this financing round was carefully curated. First, I believe our interests are highly aligned with those whose interests align most closely with ours, who harbor the least hostility toward us, or who most genuinely wish for our success. Not everyone wants us to succeed, as our business inevitably impacts the interests of others. AI today does not lack taste or intuition. What it lacks is the ability to learn continuously. Its taste and intuition are not problematic. If you ask it to write an article, I find its taste and intuition perfectly adequate. We aim to focus on just one segment. The field of AI is vast. It doesn't require me to do anything. I'll stick to one piece. If we maintain focus, and given that the business opportunity here is already substantial enough, I believe that if the AI era gives rise to numerous trillion-dollar companies, we'll be one of them. We hope to support more people, but we simply don't have sufficient bandwidth. We certainly have the willingness, and there is no conflict of interest. But whether we actually act on it is another matter. At the very least, there is no conflict of interest here. We generally seek win-win collaboration. 即係個意思佢哋都好似導緊我咁咯，即係都係尋求一啲贏贏雙贏嘅局面咁樣咯。Network should you have any comment regarding the transcript of Liang Wenfeng's internal speech to investors at DeepSeek, feel free to type in the chat room. BlackRock has announced its intention to execute a 1-for-3 reverse share split for its Ethereum Trust ETF, scheduled for October 6, as per a filing with the US Securities and Exchange Commission. This strategic move will amalgamate every 3 shares of ETHA into a single share, thereby enhancing the fund's per share net asset value (NAV), while maintaining the overall value of investors' holdings and the fund's assets. Eric Balchus, a senior ETF analyst at Bloomberg, highlighted on social media X that this adjustment is expected to increase the price from approximately 14 to 42 US dollars, thereby reducing trading spread costs from approximately 7 basis points to around 2 basis points. This reflects the proactive measures ETF issuers are taking to address what they perceive as a significant spread issue. In contrast, typical trading costs on cryptocurrency platforms for retail users range from 40 to 150 basis points, with new users often incurring even higher fees. While BlackRock has not explicitly stated the rationale behind this decision, it's inferred that the price adjustment per share will facilitate most cost-effective trading of ETHA, aligning with Balchus' observations. Currently, ETHAs, I think instead of basis point, you should consider the percentage basis point over the underlying asset price. That will be much more accurate. Currently, ETHA's market price mirrors Ethereum's overall performance, having decreased by roughly 40% since the beginning of this year. It was trading at approximately 14 on Tuesday. BlackRock's ETH exchange traded fund stands as the largest in this category, boasting assets under management exceeding $5 billion. In comparison, Grayscale's Ethereum fund ranks as the second largest ETH-based fund in the market. BlackRock introduced ETHA, its non-staking Ether fund, in 2024 and subsequently launched the iShares Stake Ethereum Trust Fund in March 2026. The recent discussions in the Senate highlight the ongoing debate over the regulation of prediction markets, with a particular focus on sports betting. Indian Gaming Association Vice Chairman K. has advocated for amendments to the Clarity Act to ensure that state and tribal gaming laws, rather than the Commodity Futures Trading Commission (CFTC), govern these markets. This push becomes amid broader legislative efforts to advance cryptocurrency regulations. Senator Tina Smith has suggested that Congress would incorporate language into either the Clarity Act or the Farm Bill to clarify that the Commodity Futures Trading Commission (CFTC) does not preempt the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act or tribal state contracts. This suggestion aims to ensure that prediction markets comply with existing laws without controversy. However, CFTC Chairman Michael Selig maintains that the agency has exclusive jurisdiction over prediction markets, which has led to legal actions against several states. Despite this, prediction platforms such as Polymarket and Kalshi, which have gained significant popularity, prefer CFTC oversight. I myself also agree that prediction market platforms should be under CFTC oversight. I agree with Polymarket and Kalshi on this statement。到啦，我個人都認同 Polymarket 同 Kalshi， 即係預測市場係應該歸翻期貨商品期貨交易委員會去管轄，而唔係嗰啲唔知乜嘢博彩嗰啲規管。即係我個人覺得預測市場個性質係應該係屬於衍生品嘅一種嚟。即係佢唔應該計作乜鬼嘢外圍，即係佢唔應該計傳統賭博。Senate Agriculture Committee Chair John Boozman has expressed concern about conflating issues related to prediction markets and cryptocurrency. He acknowledges that real concerns surrounding underage gambling and insider trading, but advises against including prediction market amendments in the Clarity Act or the Farm Bill。真係又係有嗰啲你知好乞人憎嗰啲所謂道德 L 或者屎忽鬼咁，佢哋成日就會有呢啲 concern， 即係又話驚你咩未成年賺錢，未成年賭博啊嗰啲。即係總係有呢啲人咁啊，但係 even 喺美國國會一個農業委員會嘅主席John Boozman， 佢亦都認同係應該以 Clarity Act 或者 Farm Bill 嚟去作為預測市場嘅規管框架，即係唔應該繼續賭博，就同我哋嘅睇法係一致。As the Senate approaches a recess and prepares for upcoming elections, there is limited time to pass the Clarity Act. The outcome of these legislative efforts will significantly impact the future regulatory landscape of prediction markets and sports betting. SpaceX, under the leadership of Elon Musk, has released its financial results for the second quarter as a public company, reporting a revenue of $7.8 billion. This surpasses Wall Street's expectations of $6.9 billion, while the company managed to narrow its net loss to $541 million, an improvement from a $1 billion loss in the previous year. The adjusted EBITDA saw a significant increase, reaching $3.5 billion. Despite holding 18,712 bitcoins, the value of these holdings decreased to $1.1 billion by the 30th of June, reflecting a 33% price decline in Bitcoin over that period. This loss highlights the impact of cryptocurrency volatility on the financial health of traditional technology companies. The loss stemmed from a sharp decline in Bitcoin prices during the reporting period, despite SpaceX's core business showing strong performance and surpassing analyst revenue predictions. The adverse effects of digital assets have offset some operational achievements. This situation underscores the leverage effect of corporate-level cryptocurrency holdings on overall financial conditions. Previously, SpaceX had publicly stated that digital assets were part of its medium to long-term asset allocation strategy. However, recent macroeconomic changes have tested the company's risk tolerance. SpaceX capital expenditures for the quarter were reported at $18.4 billion, exceeding analyst predictions of $13 billion, as the company continues to invest heavily in AI infrastructure. The company's stock SPCX saw a 6% decline in after-hours trading, settling at 118, following a nearly 10% increase during regular trading hours. This comes shortly after SpaceX's record-breaking 86 billion IPO. The stock faces a significant event on the 6th of August, when approximately 912 million shares held by employees and early investors will become eligible for sale, potentially affecting the stock's public float. Samsung's recent strategic initiative to integrate native stablecoin features into 800 million new Galaxy smartphones via Samsung Wallet marks a significant advancement in the digital asset landscape. By leveraging its existing crypto wallet infrastructure and a substantial user base of nearly 90 million Samsung Wallet users in South Korea, Samsung is poised to create a unified ecosystem that combines payments, rewards, and digital assets across 61 countries. The company's $408 million investment in Dynamo, the operator of South Korea's largest cryptocurrency exchange, Upbit, underscores its commitment to establishing a robust digital asset infrastructure. This move aligns with Korea's ongoing development of its Digital Asset Basic Act, which aims to lay the groundwork for digital assets, including stablecoin issuance. Experts like Joseph Gott from ETA emphasize that Samsung's extensive distribution network is a key asset in overcoming adoption barriers and positioning the company as a dominant distributor of stablecoins like USDC. The integration of stablecoin features into Samsung Wallet could potentially enhance crypto adoption by providing users with seamless access to digital assets without the need for separate apps or exchange accounts. Samsung's approach reflects a broader strategy to support both dollar and won-denominated stablecoins, capitalizing on its strategic investments and partnerships. As noted by industry leaders such as Ben Nadarski and Robbie Young, the distribution of cryptocurrencies through mobile ecosystems like Samsung's is a crucial step toward mainstream adoption. While the Digital Asset Basic Act is still in its draft stage, Samsung's proactive measures indicate its readiness to play a pivotal role in the evolving digital asset landscape. The company's focus on building its own infrastructure rather than relying on third-party providers, highlighting its ambition to lead in both stablecoin distribution and infrastructure development. Overall, Samsung's initiatives signify a promising development for the crypto sector, potentially setting a precedent for other major tech companies to follow suit. Cloudflare has announced the introduction of programmable wallets aimed at facilitating AI agents in executing payments for APIs, data, and online content using stablecoins. This initiative is a significant step towards enhancing its agentic commerce ecosystem. Currently, users can secure a unique Cloudflare wallet handle linked to their account. The core functionalities, such as funding the wallet with stablecoins and enabling agents to conduct transactions, are set to be available shortly. The wallets will be offered in two variants: an account wallet for individuals and organizations to manage funds and set spending limits, and a virtual wallet that utilizes API keys for agent transactions. These wallets will allow owners to establish spending controls, including allowances, approved merchants, and transaction caps. Such features are designed to enable AI agents to test various low-cost APIs and choose the optimal solution without necessitating constant human intervention or risking excessive spending. Additionally, the wallets will support micropayments via the X42 protocol, developed by Coinbase, which facilitates payment instructions without requiring traditional accounts or subscriptions. This development is part of Cloudflare's collaboration with Coinbase on the X402 Foundation to standardize machine-to-machine payments. Furthermore, Cloudflare has partnered with major financial entities like Visa, MasterCard, and American Express to create standards that assist merchants in recognizing reliable AI agents. This initiative complements Cloudflare's recently launched monetization gateway for sellers, providing agents with a mechanism to to autonomously acquire AI inference, data, content, and tools with predefined limits set by their human controllers. 呢個我哋之前介紹過 Coinbase 嘅一個AI 代理嘅交易協定、支付協定。The recent draft of the Ethereum Improvement Proposal (EIP), known as the Tempered Issuance Burn, has stirred significant debate within the Ethereum community. Proposed by a group of researchers, including Justin Drake, the EIP seeks to introduce a mechanism that would gradually burn a portion of validator rewards as the staking ratio increases. By the way, recently the gas fee on Ethereum chain is becoming very cheap. I think if you swap on Ethereum, you may only it will only cost you 0.0 something US dollars. This approach aims to mitigate the risk associated with over-concentration of staking, particularly with large providers like centralized exchanges, and to address the dilution of non-staking holders. The proposal sets the saturation balance at about 60.25 million ETH, roughly half of the current supply, where the burn fraction would reach 100%. And net consensus layer issuance would fall to 0. This means that as more ETH is staked, a larger portion of each validator's rewards will be burned, potentially cancelling out rewards entirely when half of all ETH is staked. While the proposal aims to stabilize the staking market below 50% stake and reduce inflation, it has faced criticism. Concerns have been raised about its impact on Ethereum's long-term economic security, particularly for solo stakers and DeFi ecosystem, where liquid staking tokens like STETH are prevalent. Critics argue that reducing rewards to 0 would render ETH borrowing strategies unviable and negatively affect use cases. Despite these concerns, some analysts see potential benefits in reducing Ethereum's inflation, suggesting it could positively influence ETH's price by decreasing supply. The proposal was submitted just before the deadline for Ethereum's upcoming Hegota upgrade and follows the EF's revised plans for a streamlined Ethereum development roadmap. As discussions continue in forums like GitHub and the Ethereum Magicians Forum, it remains to be seen how the community will respond to these proposed challenges and the potential implications for Ethereum's future. Again, we have drafted this Kimi K3 brief slides such that you may read Kimi K3 slides with us. Let me take a break for another 1 to 5 minutes, and when we come back, we'll move on to the articles given by SemiAnalysis and also come back to the previous OpenAI thesis on the 10 advancements in mathematics and theoretical computer science. Again, SemiAnalysis, if you haven't known, that is a equity research peer focusing on semiconductor industry. 咁呢家 SemiAnalysis 雖然有啲爭議性但佢就係一個集中於半導體行業嘅一間股權分析或者基本面分析同行。This SemiAnalysis, although is a bit controversial, is still an industry peer within the equity research field, virtually focused on semiconductor industries. Okay, let me come back. Let's start with the Kimi K3 model. The Kimi K3 model has... Oh, hello, Gura. Gura asked me whether I've eaten rice or had my lunch. Actually, I just had my breakfast. I had a bun and also several cups of Americano. The Kimi K3 model has rapidly ascended to prominence, capturing the attention of both industry professionals and the AI research community due to its groundbreaking performance and innovative approach. At the heart of its success lies a series of unconventional techniques that distinguish it from traditional models. These techniques include a novel integration of advanced neural network architectures, optimized data processing algorithms, and a unique approach to model training that enhances both efficiency and accuracy. As the Kimi K3 continues to redefine benchmarks, it's imperative for stakeholders to delve into its architectural intricacies to fully appreciate the advancement it brings to the field of artificial intelligence. This exploration not only sheds light on the technical prowess of the Kimi K3, but also paves the way for future innovations inspired by its pioneering methodology. Kimi Delta Attention (KDA) represents a sophisticated advancement in the realm of attention mechanism, specifically within Kimi K3's hybrid attention framework. Actually, we've already introduced these kind of concepts 2 days ago in a previous live streaming, but also let me repeat it again. The evolution of KDA can be traced back through several significant developments, beginning with this linear attention progressing through DataNet and gated DataNet GDN, and culminating in the formation of KDA. Linear attention itself originated from the modification of the standard softmax attention by eliminating the softmax operation. This modification allows for a reordering of operations, effectively reducing the computational complexity from quadratic to linear. In linear attention, vectors QKV, each with dimensions L by D, are preprocessed. Processed such that the computational complexity is OLD squared, big O of LD squared, achieving linearity. This contrasts with softmax attention, which necessitates accessing all passkey and value vectors. Instead, linear attention consolidates these vectors into a single hidden state S. This approach can be reinterpreted as an online learning objective where matrix S functions as an associative memory, storing the relationships between key vector K and value vector V. The retrieval of V is accomplished by multiplying S with K, and the continuous updating of matrix S at each position optimizes this retrieval process. The term V transpose KT, T is understood as the gradient of the loss function negative S times KT transpose times VT respect to S, further illustrating the efficiency and effectiveness of this linear approach. So the original output vector at token position T can be computed by OT softmax equals summation exponential QT transpose KI over summation J from 1 to T exponential QT transpose KJ VI for I from 1 to T. But after replacing it with linear attention, the OT linear is much simpler as summation QT transpose KI VI for I from 1 to T. By removing the softmax operation. You may reorder it as the following, such as OT equals summation I from 1 to T QT transpose KI VI equals summation I from 1 to T VI KI transpose QT equals summation I from 1 to T VI KI transpose QT. This whole thing can be named as ST and assigned as ST, and then which equals to summation I from 1 to T minus 1 VI KI transpose plus VT KT transpose times the whole thing times QT, where the previous term is just ST minus 1. You may interpret the first equation as continuously updating the matrix S with K at every position so as to perfect the retrieval. You may also interpret the VT KT transpose term as the gradient of loss function SKT transpose VT with respect to S. So the objective loss function is LTS equals negative inner product of SKT with VT, and the stochastic gradient descent update is that ST is assigned with ST minus 1 minus beta T gradient of loss at T ST minus 1 equals ST minus 1 plus beta T VT KT transpose. DeltaNet addresses the limitations of linear attention, particularly the issue of unbounded growth in the matrix S, which can lead to destabilized learning as old and new information become indistinguishable. By altering the loss function to focus on minimizing the L2 norm of value retrieval, DeltaNet effectively regularizes the growth of matrix S. This adjustment introduces a novel update rule known as the delta rule. The delta rule is central to DeltaNet's attention mechanism, as it allows for the selective removal of associations that are irrelevant to the current key and value. This targeted approach enhances the model's ability to maintain clarity and precision over extended sequences, thus improving its performance on long-range recall tasks where linear attention typically underperforms compared to softmax attention. As a result, DeltaNet represents a significant advancement in the field of attention mechanism by providing a more stable and efficient framework for processing sequential data. So the objective is now LTS equals 1/2 SKT minus VT L2 norm squared, and SGD update is ST equals ST minus 1 minus beta T gradient of LT ST minus 1 equals ST minus 1 minus beta T ST minus 1 KT minus VT, the whole thing times KT transpose. The delta rule is the delta rule states that the ST equals ST minus 1 minus beta T ST minus 1 KT minus VT KT transpose forms the basis of the DeltaNet's attention equation. Next is gated DeltaNet. Is also simple. Gated DeltaNet and KDA represent advanced adaptations of the original DeltaNet framework designed to enhance memory management and processing capabilities. GDN gated DeltaNet incorporates the LSTM forget gate. As we've mentioned before, this idea is borrowed from long short-term memory in early stage language model, denoted as alpha, applied to the matrix S. This integration allows the model to effectively manage memory lifespan through weight decay, enabling more efficient handling of information over time. Building upon this concept, KDA takes it a step further by expanding alpha into a diagonal matrix. This expansion facilitates fine-grained per-channel memory decay, thereby offering a more nuanced control over memory retention. Additionally, KDA introduces positional awareness, which enhances the model's ability to process and interpret data with greater precision. Together, these innovations contribute to a more sophisticated and adaptable neural network architectures capable of addressing complex computational tasks. As you may see that STGDN is alpha T ST minus 1 minus beta T alpha T ST minus 1 KT minus VT KT transpose. The alpha T in red is the added weight decay, whereas STKDA is the diagonal of with diagonal matrix of alpha T times ST minus 1 minus beta T, and then diagonal matrix of alpha T ST minus 1 KT minus VT times KT transpose. Actually, you may also go to this paper, Kimi linear, to have a more thorough understanding of the efficient attention architecture of Kimi linear. Next, let's introduce the Flash KDA. Flash KDA is an advanced algorithm developed by Moonshot, which has been open source for broader accessibility. This algorithm is designed to optimize kernel density approximation (KDA) through the use of custom kernels, providing a more efficient computational framework. The algorithm's foundation lies in an alternative formulation of the recurrence formula, where the primary operations involve matrices and vectors such as dt, ut, and st. The process is divided into two main parts, decoding and prefill. In decoding, the kernel adheres closely to the recurrence formula, while in prefill, operations are parallelized by unrolling the formula across chunks of tokens to leverage GPU capabilities effectively. The mathematical representation involves matrices like K-restore, Q-decay, and MQK, each serving specific roles in the computation. Flash KDA's implementation is executed through two kernels, K1 and K2. K1 focuses on preparing chunk-level tensors in parallel, utilizing operations like cumulative sum and diagonal matrix transformations to compute decay factors and inverses, while K2 handles the recurrent computations at the chunk level, calculating matrices such as U and O while updating the state matrix S. This structured approach not only enhances computational efficiency, but also facilitates a deeper understanding of the underlying mechanisms in KDA processes. For a comprehensive derivation and further insights, you may refer to Solin Yan's blog post and the Kimi linear paper. These two sources are also recommended. Let me also copy here is regarding the third 3.1 session of the original Kimi linear paper. If you want, we may also read it for you guys in our coming live streaming. So the algorithm is basically ut equals beta t times vt minus dt st minus 1 dot the whole thing transpose multiplies with kt, and st equals dt multiplied with st minus 1 plus kt multiplied with ut transpose. OT transpose is qt transpose times st. Assume you will unroll token I to j. The starting state is I minus 1. We get sj equals dj to I times si minus 1 plus summation of dj to t plus 1 times kt times ut transpose for t from I to j. OJ transpose is just qj transpose times sh equals qj transpose times dj to I times si minus 1 plus the summation of qj transpose times dj to t plus 1 times kt times ut transpose for t from I to j. dji is the cumulative decay from token I to token j. dj times dj minus 1 times dj dj minus 2 up to di. So in the matrix form of Flash KDA's formula becomes S out equals dj to y times S in plus k restore transpose times u. MQK equals the tri the triangular matrix Q decay times K in transpose. This is a matrix form of QJ transpose times DJ up to T plus 1 times KT derived from QJ transpose times DJ to I times DTI inverse times KT. Here MQK is the causal mask, so it's a lower triangular matrix. If you want to understand more about causal mask, you may refer to our previous live streaming illustrating the original transformer model. U is the matrix form of unrolled UT, and to compute this, you may apply UT transform and compute B equals diagonal beta times V minus K decay times S in L equals strict diagonal beta times K decay times K inverse transpose. U equals I plus L inverse times B. Finally, implementation-wise, Flash KDA launches two kernel K1 and K2 in parallel, such that KDK A is exponential to Q sum of G. KDK is diagonal of A times Q. QDK is a diagonal of A times Q. K inverse is just diagonal A inverse times K. K restore is the last element of A times K inverse. Here A is the cumulative decay, where each element is the cumulative decay at a token position. And K2 performs chunk level recurrent computation for U is INV times diagonal of beta times V minus K decay times S. O is Q decay times S plus MQK times U. And S is the diagonal matrix of the last element of A times S plus K restore transpose times U. For complexity analysis, we examine the complexity associated with an attention head, focusing on both the decode and prefill phases. Consider the decode phase. The primary computation tasks involve element-wise multiplication and matrix operation. Element-wise multiplication and matrix operations, specifically D transpose ST-1 transpose times KT times UT transpose and QT transpose times ST. These operations collectively require approximately 7D squared floating point operations, 7D squared flops. Memory traffic, dominated by reading and writing the FP32 recurrent state, is estimated at roughly 8D squared bytes. In the prefill phase, the critical computations for K1 involve calculating L, INV, and MQK. The operation L involves C times D times C computations, while INV requires 6 C cube matrix cube multiplications due to Norman factorization. MQK is computed as C times D times C. For K2, operations include K decay times S, Q decay times S, MQK times U, INV times B, and K restore transpose times U. Combining K1 and K2, Flash KDA performs 12 C cube plus 8 C squared D plus 6 CD squared flops. Considering a chunk size C and assuming a sequence length T significantly larger than C, for T much larger than C, the overall flops can be expressed as T over C times big O of CD squared, equating to big O of TD squared. Regarding memory traffic, Flash KDA reads and writes various matrices such as Q, K, G, Q decay, K decay, K restore, INV, MQK, V, and O. The total memory access amounts to 8c squared plus 22 CD bytes at each kernel level, leading to T over C times 8c squared plus 22 CD plus 8d squared, which is around big O of TC plus TD plus D squared. This complexity analysis clearly indicates that the computational complexity of KDA is linear with respect to sequence length during the preview phase for both computation and memory, while it remains constant during the decode phase for both computation and memory. Back to the Kimi linear models developed by Moonshot as a proof of concept for their KDA design. We entrepreneurs usually develop some exemplar models just for a proof of concept for some technical design, and it's quite common in the commercial world. And this table illustrates the configuration between the comparison between the Kimi linear and Kimi K3 model. It provides significant insights into the architectural framework of the Kimi K3. Analyzing the technical blog released for Kimi K3 alongside Kimi linear reveals that both models share several critical features, including the shared expert count, the hybrid linear attention ratio, and the overarching design of the attention module. The operations on the inputs of KDA as depicted in the provided diagram involve applying linear transformations and short convolutions to the query key and value. The use of short convolution effectively captures local token dependencies, while left pattern convolution maintains causality. Additionally, L2 normalization is applied to the query and key to stabilize the eigenvectors of the transition and output matrices. For decay memory gates, alpha serves as a low rank projection while beta is a down projection. In K3, the KDA output is normalized per head and regulated by an output for get gate. Also borrow from the idea of LSTM implemented as a linear transformation. Contrasting with Kimi linear's approach of using a low rank projection. A linear layer is then added to apply to integrate per head information. Kimi linear intersperses KDA with full attention. Full attention multi-head latent attention (MLA), establishing a 3:1 ratio as optimal for balancing performance and efficiency. And we've already mentioned that again in our previous live streaming. KDA also acts as a robust position-aware operator, substituting ROPG rotator position embedding. It substitutes the rotary position embedding in MLA. The decision to retain MLA as full attention, multi-head latent attention MLA, is noteworthy given that other open-weight models have transitioned to group query attention (GQA). So why it gives MLA is that MLA employs an absorption trick to minimize decode step computation at the expense of additional preview. Okay, back to this diagram. This trade-off is advantageous for decode dominant reasoning. Decode dominant reasoning workloads but becomes costly for preview dominant agentic workloads with minimal benefits. Consequently, leading open-weight models have adopted GQA-based attention mechanisms, including GLM 5.2 DeepSeek sparse attention, DeepSeek V4 compressed sparse attention, Minimax M3 Minimax sparse attention, and MIMO V3 high sparse. It is anticipated that Moonshot's Forthcoming models such as Kimi K4 will incorporate attention mechanisms that supplant MLA. When evaluating the efficiency of KV cache systems, it's imperative to consider more than just the space complexity of the KV cache itself. The size of the KV cache is inherently linked to the design of the model, and currently, no publicly available model incorporates static KV cache compression techniques. Additionally, the efficiency of model architecture interference plays a significant role in determining KV cache efficiency. The impact of KV cache size is further influenced by the total memory capacity available. For instance, the models utilizing wide expert parallelism present distinct memory profiles when compared to some using tensor parallelism. So there are different parallelism, which in turn affects the available memory for KV cache. Therefore, it's advisable to take into account both the system efficiency and of the model architecture and the KV cache size to accurately assess KV cache efficiency. This assessment can be effectively quantified through KV throughput measurements. The KV cache residency strategy is designed to optimize memory usage in the GPU cluster by following the memory hierarchy, just like in the early stage in the computer hardware management. Initially, the KV cache is stored in the high bandwidth memory HBM, which is a faster form of memory available in such a setup. It utilizes any remaining capacity after accounting for model weights and activations. When the KV cache size surpasses the HBM's capacity, it overflows into server DRAM, which offers high capacity but at a lower bandwidth. Should the KV cache continue to grow beyond DRAM's limit, it then spills over to disk storage, such as SSDs. So there are multi-level memory storage, as illustrated in this diagram, including the registers, L1 cache, L2 cache, GMEM, HBM, GDDR, and then host DRAM, and finally network storage or NVMe. This approach mirrors the traditional computer architecture cache hierarchy, progressing from registers to cache memory, main memory, and finally disk storage. In terms of 即係如果大家好似大學2年班咁，佢會有教你點樣砌一部電腦，即係點樣教你砌機嗰啲嘅。咁你大概會知道電腦嘅記憶體儲存佢分幾層，咁就有最快嘅記憶體啦，同埋主要嘅記憶啦，跟住就係硬碟嘅儲存。In terms of memory coherency, the distributed KV cache framework Mooncake Store supports both write-through and write-back policies for efficient KV cache loading. It features a distributed KV cache pool that ensures all KV cache 呢個叫做月餅記憶體，咁你可以寫又得啦，可以寫翻轉頭都得嘅。It features a distributed KV cache pool that ensures all KV cache data is accessible to all workers within the system. Implementing a write-through policy between DRAM and the distributed KV cache pool provides significant advantages in multi-node environments. These benefits include the ability to share prefix caches across different nodes, prevent duplication of KV caches in tensor parallelized machine learning applications, and maintain KV cache redundancy in case of node failure. 萬一有啲節點失效，咁佢亦都有一個後備喺度，即係佢會重複儲存一啲嘢。然後就係Kimi K3 嘅 KDA 嘅呢個。And then let's talk about the KDA prefix cache management given by Kimi K3 KDAs. So for each token position in a request, Kimi K3 KDA's recurrent state is fixed in the size. So that whereas the standard attention KV cache grows with its sequence length. So they are different in sense that this KV cache space reduction comes at the cost of complicating prefix caching, especially when Kimi K3 is a hybrid attention of both KDA and MLA. So roughly speaking, modern inference engines identify prefix cache hits by matching the longest token prefix in the existing cache. The challenge with KDA prefix cache management lies in managing the recurrent state and KV cache efficiently. While Kimi K3 KDA maintains a fixed size recurrent state, standard attention KV cache expands with sequence length, which complicates prefix caching, especially with this hybrid attention mechanism between KDA and MLA. Identifying the longest token prefix for cache is problematic for linear attentions like KDA, as it requires caching at every token position without knowing prefix boundaries. This can lead to increased memory usage, negating the benefits of linear attention. To address this, Moonshot employs a strategy of saving recurrent state at a coarse granularity, such as caching every 32,000 tokens with VLLM is a quite common infrastructure for deploying large language model. Additionally, VLLM caches at prompt boundaries to accommodate agentic workloads that start new turns at prompt ends. Despite the reduction in memory consumption offered by linear attentions like KDA, they do not maintain a constant KV cache memory usage during real-world serving scenarios. Next, let's move on to the attention residuals. I think is inspired by the residual network idea. Residual connections are a pivotal innovation in deep learning, enabling the construction of deeper neural networks by effectively managing the challenges associated with scaling model depth. As neural networks increase in depth, their expressiveness enhances, yet training them becomes increasingly complex. This complexity arises from the necessity to maintain signal integrity from the initial to the final layers and to ensure gradients do not vanish during backpropagation. If you want to know more about residual connections or skip connections and how it solves gradient vanishing, you may also consider watching our previous live streaming in Canada, also in our main channel, Weebearn VTuber. Residual network address this by breaking down the network into small blocks connected through identity mappings. Rather than treating the entire network as a single function reliant solely on nonlinear transformations, each block denoted as f learns to adjust its input xi through a recursive process. The identity mapping facilitates the seamless transfer of features from shallower to deeper units, providing a stable gradient path that prevents vanishing. However, despite their advantages in enabling deeper architectures, residual connections introduce certain challenges. Early layers significantly impact the residual stream's influence on the final output, leading to irreversible information loss as depth increases. To counteract this, later layers amplify their output to affect the altered residual stream, which can destabilize the training process. Variants such as highway networks incorporate gating mechanisms for information flow but encounter similar issues due to limited selective access to earliest layer information. For recurrence is given by XL plus 1 equals XL plus FLXL. So each block FL both learns a change to its input XL and the identity mapping. Identity mapping allows features to carry on consider partial XL plus 1 partial XL, it equals to I plus FL prime XL. This is the identity matrix and this is the derivative of the function of XL itself. Next, let's talk about the recurrence in time and depth. sequence modeling dominated by recurrent neural networks, RNNs had the same recurrence formulation where HL plus 1 equals HL plus FHL T plus 1. And this is also an idea from the early stage neural network. And it suffers from the problem of long context memory and parallelism in training. Recurrent neural networks have traditionally been used for sequence modeling, employing a recurrent formulation where each step is directly linked to the previous state. This approach, however, encounters challenges as the depth along the time axis can weaken the signal. In contrast, modern transformers have addressed this limitation by utilizing an attention mechanism that allows for the retrieval of any token from the past, though it's a more computationally intensive solution. Actually, I've already mentioned this in our previous Cantonese lecture. Actually, I've already mentioned this in our previous Cantonese live streaming as well. Motivated by attention mechanism in sequence modeling, Kimi developed attention residual, where they take attention over depth blocks. For each layer L, we define alpha I to L equals phi of QLKI over summation phi of QLKJ for J from 0 to L minus 1. QL equals WL, KI equals VI equals H1 if I equals 0 and FIHI if I is from 1 to L minus 1. Standard causal self-attention computes the output of token T as a weighted sum of previous token representation. OT equals summation alpha I to T VI I from 1 to T, and alpha I to T equals phi of QTKI over summation phi of QTKJ for J from 1 to T. In although attention residuals is used using the same attention mechanism, it replaces the sequence dimension with the depth dimension. Kimi K3, a groundbreaking model, introduced innovative techniques using the is KDA and Flash KDA algorithm, setting a new standard in model architecture where the linear attention layer of KDA simplifies computation by removing the softmax operation. It also features multi-head latent attention memory interleaved with KDA, achieve an optimal balance between performance and efficiency. Unlike standard attention, the query is a learned parameter for each layer rather than being generated from the current token. Alpha I to L equals phi of KL KI over summation phi of KL KJ from J equals 0 to L minus 1. And it's a depth-wise attention, which instead of attending over previous tokens, each layer attends over representations produced by previous layers. For each layer L, define QL equals WL, KI equals VI equals either H1 for I equals 0 and FIHI for I from 1 to L. Each card block represents the output token representation from a previous transformation layer. Just as standard causal self-attention performs softmax attention over tokens in the sequence, attention residuals perform softmax attention over the representations produced by previous layers. And here is the full attention residuals. From embedding and then to attention MOE, and then to output. Next, we introduce the concept of block residuals, block attention residuals. Attention residual require all past layers outputs for computing the attention, whereas in the for large models distributed over so many GPUs, this creates a big O of LD communication overhead. And to overcome the block attention mechanism, diffidence layers L into N blocks of S layers. Block ATTN RES attention residual applies attention over completed block outputs, and for current block is evolving partial sum. Block attention residuals address the challenge of communication overhead in large models distributed across multiple GPUs. So by dividing layers into blocks and applying attention within these blocks, this approach reduces communication from big O of LD to big O of ND. This method involves calculating partial sums for layers within the block and using block representations for attention calculation. Unlike traditional attention mechanisms, the query is not dependent on the input, but rather learned by each layer. The result is a weighted sum of previous layer representations, allowing layers to access earlier representations directly and selectively. This strategy not only reduces communication overhead, but also improves compute efficiency and maintains consistent gradient magnitudes, leading to a better scaling and performance compared to standard residual connections. Let BNI this is not the BNI commercial society. Is the ith index of Bn. Let's BNI denote the partial sum over the first I layers in block n, such that Bn equals Bns, B0 equals H1. For the ith layer in block n, the available block representations are VL equals for I equals 1, it equals B0 to Bn minus 1 transpose, while for I greater than 1, it equals to B0 to Bn minus 1, and then Bn to the power I minus 1 whole transpose. So it is a fact. Unlike standard attention, the query is not input dependent. Each layer learns a query vector QL equals WL. Attention weights over the available block representation can be computed as alpha L equals softmax of KLWL. And the output is the weighted sum of previous layer representation XL equals alpha L transpose VL. Next, let's move on to the implementation of training and cross-stage caching. Unlike standard residual networks, attention residuals need all n-1 block input for computation. And this poses the challenge for pipeline parallelism, as all n-layer blocks output need to be transferred across stages. By cleverly cross-stage caching and activation checkpointing, Kimi reduced overhead to only 4% compared to standard architecture for pipeline parallelism. During the cross-stage caching for P physical stage and P virtual stages, for P this method involves splitting communication costs between the first and subsequent virtual stages, reducing the need for transferring all accumulated block across stages. By caching inputs across virtual stages, the process becomes more efficient, cutting down communication from a quadratic cost to a linear one. The optimization is crucial for improving the performance of neural networks with multiple physical and virtual stages. Furthermore, the strategy ensures that the memory overhead is kept in check by storing the blocks only once across all virtual stages and eliminating interblock chunks through activation checkpointing. Each stage activation checkpoint PL matches memory size of HL of standard architecture and has no extra memory cost to strictly restrict the memory complexity. Let's closely look at the cross-stage caching for P physical stages, V virtual stages. Each block N needs C equals P times V communication for each chunk. Naively, you may need transferring all accumulated blocks for each stage, and the original quadratic cost growth for each physical and virtual stage comes with the naive communication equals summation JMPD for J from 1 to C-1 equals C times C-1 over 2 MPD. This high communication can be reduced by caching input across virtual stages, and blocks computed in earliest layer can be stored in the local memory. And this diagram clearly shows the splitting model cross-stage caching. So for first virtual stage, all block embeddings need to be transferred in the physical stage. Each completed block is stored on a respective rank. For all subsequent virtual stages, all cache blocks can be reused for commutation, and only the block not present on rank need to be transferred for attention to residual computation. After splitting the after the split, these communication costs for first and subsequent virtual stages. For the first virtual stage, it need incur the same quadratic cost for all physical layers, while in subsequent virtual stages, we only need cache inputs from local devices and transfer of only PNP chunks needed, cutting down total communication from OC to OP. So the total communication of cache cost is P times P-1 over D times MPD for the first virtual stage, plus V-1 times P squared MPD for subsequent virtual stages. The cutdown of communication is directly proportional to virtual stages V, because this for full stage of one forward and backward pass, all computation and communication can be overlapped. And due to cross-stage caching, all blocks are stored once across all V virtual stage. With activation checkpoint, all interblock chunks for attention and are eliminated. Each stage activation checkpoint PL matches the memory size of HL. For inference, since attention residuals need the output of all previous blocks to compute the attention is to reduce the overhead. Inference is split into two phases, namely phase 1 and phase 2. In the first phase, there is the parallel interblock attention. During decoding, we have to output the completed block and the query vector learned per layer. All interblock layers simultaneous with a single batch query against the completed block representation, returning both outputs and softmax statistics, which can be reused for further computation. This phase is similar to the prefill phase decoding. And then in the sequential intra-block attention stage phase, let me type the two faces in the chat room. This approach mirrors the prefill and decode stages of autoregressive attention, enhancing efficiency by reducing redundant memory access and ensuring the I/O footprint, input-output footprint remains comparable to a standard residual architecture. The explanation details how completed blocks and evolving attention within running blocks are handled, emphasizing the reuse of softmax statistics and the benefits of batching queries to amortize combination block costs. So the sequential intra-block attention phase 2 is analogous to the decode phase, and similar to flash attention, evolving sum can be computed with online softmax for intra-blocks combined with pre-computed inter-block results. This two-phase design gives a similar I/O footprint to a standard residual architecture, with only an addition of phase 1's inter-block combination, amortized by batching all queries in the block. The next technique is the latent mixture of express latent MOE. This compresses the round tokens This compresses the round tokens before the dispatch operation, and then decomposes them back after the aggregation operation. In the stable version, in Kimi K3 stable latent MOE, they apply a RMS norm, root square norm before the step of up projection decompressing operation to reduce sensitivity to scale variations and improve model performance. And green is a shared expert, and the blue one is the router expert for the router. Here shows the design of these design principles behind latent MOE regarding the mixture of expert communication. So as shown in the latent MOE paper, that is the this elaborates on how latent MOE compresses router tokens before dispatch and decompresses them post aggregation to enhance performance. It highlights the importance of communication to computation time ratio in determining system efficiency, providing a detailed formula for calculating this ratio. It also suggests that increasing the expert intermediate dimension can improve the overlap of communication with computation, thereby enhancing system performance. This strategy is noted as being applicable not only to Kimi K3, but also to other recent models like DeepSeek V4 Pro and Minimax M3, indicating a trend in model optimization as hardware capabilities advance and precision requirements evolve. You may also find it from the official GitHub repo of Moonshot AI. As shown in the latent MOE paper, the communication volume is proportional to the total router tokens T, number of active experts K, and active input and expert input dimension D, while being inversely proportional to expert parallel size E. This potentially is the reason behind Kimi K3's latent MOE dimension size and active expert count configuration. In the Kimi K2 series it featured 8 active experts with input dimension size 7,168, So Kimi K3's latest input dimension size being 3584, that is a half of the previous version, will allow the active expert count to double to 16 without increasing the communication volume. The ratio of communication to computation time is arguably important for estimating system efficiency. You may also find more discussion in these two expos regarding this topic of discussion. This ratio indicates the roofline of how well MOE kernels overlap communication with computation at a throughput bound regime. Expert intermediate dimension size D is the only model configuration that affects the ratio. Specifically, increasing the expert intermediate dimension size would decrease the ratio, meaning that the theoretical maximum fraction of communication that can be hidden is higher. So here, T is the total input tokens across the expert parallel EP domain. K, large number K is the number of active experts per token. N is the total number of experts. E is the ranks in the EP domain. D is the expert input dimension. M is the intermediate dimension. P is the aggregate bytes communicated per activation element. Combining the dispatch plus combine. F is the effective FFN expert, modeled as SWI-GLU combination through per GPU flop per second. And B is the effective unidirectional network bandwidth per GPU in the unit of B per second. Assuming uniform expert routing, each GPU is assigned T times K over E tokens. Assuming uniform expert routing, an average 1 over E tokens are local to the source GPUs. So each GPU dispatches T times K over E times 1 minus 1 over E tokens. Each token is a D-dimensional vector, so the communication volume per token is D times P. The communication volume per GPU is T times K over E times 1 minus 1 over E times D times P. And the communication time of communication is T times K times D times P over E times B times 1 minus 1 over E. So GLU computation involves 3 matrix multiplications. The first up projection is from D to M, the gate projection from D to M, and then the down projection, the second projection from M to D. The total computation is 2DM plus 2DM plus 2MD, which equals to 6DM flops per token. So the GPU computation per GPU computation time is T computation equals 6DM times T times K over E over F. And the communication to computation time ratio is T communication over T computation equals T times K times D times B over EB 1 minus 1 over E over 6DM over TK over E over F. And it simplifies to PF over 6MB times 1 minus 1 over E. Next is the quantile load balancing, QB. While many previous load balancing methods require careful hyperparam tuning, this quantile balancing is a hyperparameter free aux loss. Auxiliary loss free load balancing technique developed by Jianlin Su in a blog post posted on February of 2026. If you have time, you may also take a look on that. Base principle QB is the same as aux-free load balancing, where router buses are updated dynamically based on the system's load. Instead of updated biased by some small coefficient like Austria LB, qubit directly computes the next pass from the distribution of router scores relative to routing cutoff threshold. Bias updates become small naturally when the router bounds load evenly. So qubit tries to find a bias that would have approximately bounced under the current cutoffs and routing on the current batch, solving constraint optimization problems and applying these updates for the next batch. The first constraint is that each token is routed to exactly k experts. The second constraint is that batch of m tokens each picks k experts, gives mk assignments in total. To spread load evenly across n experts, each expert should process q equals mk over n tokens. Each token finds the cutoff threshold as the k+1 highest bias router score and use it to calculate the bias update needed to bounce load for each expert. For each expert, QB sorts the margins between its router score and every token's cutoff. It sets negative bias to q+1, the largest margin, leaving exactly q margin above the threshold. Since q over m equals k over n, this is 1 minus k over n quanta of the margin, which is why it's called quanta balancing. And the algorithm is as follows. Given a score matrix S in M Cartesian product n real space, we want to output an assignment X in a set either 0 or 1 to the power m times n. We neutralize a 1 times n dimensional vector 0 to beta. For t from 1 to big T, we do sorting in descending order for s minus beta on axis 1 to alpha and on axis 0 to beta. That is for k to k+1 to alpha, mk over n to mk over n plus 1 to beta. And then we return x with xij equals 1 if j is in the top k of si minus beta and 0 otherwise. Quanta balancing QB is such a novel load balancing technique introduced by Jianlin Su in February 2026, designed to optimize the distribution of computational loads across multiple experts without the need for hyperparameter tuning or auxiliary loss function. The core idea is similar to auxiliary load balancing, where router biases dynamically adjust based on the system's current load conditions. QB distinguishes itself by calculating the required bias directly from the distribution of router scores relative to routing cutoff threshold into naturally small updates when the load is evenly balanced. Consider the last but not least, let's consider the interference performance. The SemiAnalysis this institution is tracking the inference Kimi K3's inference performance on inference X. So here is the inference X on SemiAnalysis platform. As of the 30th of July, all providers on OpenRouter have a floor of $3 per million tokens input and 15 per million tokens output. Both NVIDIA and AMD had day 0 recipes on VLM, boasting DRAM offload and DSpark speculative decoding. A popular technique in language model. The recent benchmarking of Kimi K3's inference performance on inference X demonstrates significant advancements in real-world agentic use cases. By playing recorded internal clock code traces, the SemiAnalysis has achieved a median of 142,000 input tokens and 444 output tokens in per turn, with 65 turns per session. This reflects typical workloads for agentic harnesses, where frequent tool use and edits are common. The benchmark is a notable improvement from previous assessments, offering insights into KV cache behavior and theorem offloading capabilities. The concurrent release of appropriate images and a speculative decoder model further facilitate this process of day 0 bring-up for Kimi K3. This progress underscores the commitment to refining inference performance and aligning it with production-level systems. Last time we stopped at the lemma 3.4, I think. So let's continue with lemma 3.4 in OpenAI's 10 advances in mathematics and theoretical computer science. For J sigma defined in the previous lemma 3.3, limit J sigma for sigma tends to 1 equals log pi over 2. Consequently, for every c between 0 to 1 over pi, there exists sigma equals sigma c in an open interval between negative and 1 such that log 2 pi c squared plus J sigma is less than 0. To prove this with t equals 2u, divide the lower edge harmonic measure p sigma t dt by its total mass m sigma. The corresponding probability density in u is p sigma u equals 2 p sigma 2u over m sigma equals sine theta over 1 minus sigma cosine pi u minus cosine theta. P sigma u is the normalized probability density used to evaluate the lower boundary majoron of the Mellin transformation Z in the critical setup strip. P sigma t is defined as a kernel based on hyperbolic functions, specifically involving cosine pi t over 2 and cosine theta. Used for harmonic extension via the Poisson formula. M sigma represents the integral of the kernel P sigma over the real line, ensuring that the total probability density integrates to 1. So M sigma equals 1 minus sigma squared. The parameter sigma is defined as sigma equals pi times 1 plus sigma. The parameter theta is defined as theta equals pi times 1 plus sigma over 2. It couples the spatial and frequency variables through the parameter sigma, which dictates the location of the contour within the Mellin strip. The hyperbolic cosine function characterizes the exponential decay and the structural behavior of the Fourier eigenfunctions in the radial direction, where the true cosine theta term acts as a shift in the denominator, essentially controlling the concentration of the probability mass as sigma approaches the critical threshold. As sigma tends to 1, this density function is used to prove the sharp threshold for the sphere. Pecking exponent. The density converges in L1R to a specific distribution related to the hyperbolic secant function Pu equals pi over 4 secant h squared pi u over 2. This formula allows the researchers to evaluate the constant J sigma which converges to log pi over 2. The constant is exactly what is needed to prove that the pecking exponent is determined by the threshold where the sign uncertainty radius is 1 over pi. Analyzing this density, the authors connect the complex analytical properties of the Fourier eigenfunctions by the Malin transform to the geometric constraints of pecking spheres in Euclidean space of very high dimension. The characteristic function of this density is integrate pu e to the power I tu respect to u over the real space equals t over sin ht. This can be interpreted as 1 at t equals 0. For t larger than 0, a contour shift by 2i across the double pole at I gives 1 minus e to the power negative 2t. Integrate pu e to the power itu respect to u equals 2t e to the power negative t. If handles t less than 0, define ix equals integrate pu log square root of x squared plus u squared respect to u over the real space. For x larger than 0, the Laplace representation of x over x plus x squared plus u squared and the trigamma integral yield I prime x equals integrate e to the power negative xt t over sin ht respect to t from 0 to positive infinity equals 1 half phi prime x plus 1 over 2. The phi z equals gamma prime z over gamma z again. This trigamma function is a standard special function defined as phi prime z equals summation 1 over c plus n squared n from 1 to infinity. This identity allows the authors to move from a complex integral involving a hyperbolic function to a closed form expression using special function, which is crucial for proving the sharp limit of the Kronecker-Alkes linear programming bound. Since both ix and phi x plus 1 over 2 plus log 2 equal log x plus small of 1 at infinity, their integration constants agree. Local integrability at u equals 0 extends the identity to x 0, 0. The uniform exponential bound on p sigma and local integrability of log u justify dominated convergence in j sigma, since integrate phi of x plus 1 over 2 respect to x from 0 to 1 equals 2 log gamma 1 over gamma 1 half equals negative log pi. Summation of pu log square root of x squared plus u respect to u over the real space is the integral over the entire real line of the probability density function pu equals pi over 4 secant h squared pi u over 2. This density arises as the limit of the harmonic measure kernels p sigma used in the Poisson integral formula on the strip. The uniform exponential bound on p sigma and local integrability of log absolute square of u justify dominated convergence in j sigma, since integrate phi of x plus 1 over 2 the digamma function of x plus 1 over 2 respect to x from 0 to 1 equals 2 log gamma 1 over gamma 1 over 2 equals negative log pi. This gives the exact threshold limit of j sigma for sigma tends to 1 equals log pi over 2. log 2 pi c square plus log pi over 2 equals log pi square c square. This is also a result from the fundamental theorem of calculus, since phi u equals the log gamma u du. The integral of phi u is simply log gamma u. Fix sigma equals sigma c, and delta c larger than 0, as in delta c equals negative log 2 pi c square plus j sigma c larger than 0. We may bound the Mellin transform z on the horizontal line, imagining g equals sigma lambda, and use the bound to control the mass of g inside the ball around origin with radius d 0d. Move on to the 3.5 lemma. There exists gamma c, cc, bc larger than 0, depending only on c, such that for every sufficiently large d, h sigma s is less than or equal to negative gamma c lambda for s real, and integrate absolute value of z s plus I sigma lambda respect to s over the real line is less than or equal to dc lambda e to the power negative gamma c lambda. Lambda equals d over 2 corresponds to half the dimension of the space. Gamma c larger than 0 is a positive constant depending on the radius c. The first inequality shows that the Majoran h sigma set s decays linearly with respect to the dimension d. The uniform upper bound ensures that the function absolute value of c does not grow excessively across the strip, which is a prerequisite for controlling the L1 mass of the function. The second inequality is the global L1 norm estimate for the normalized Mellin transform z along the horizontal line defined by imaginary part of t equals sigma lambda. Cc is a constant related to the radius c, and the term e to the power negative gamma c lambda represents exponential decay as the dimension lambda, and thus d tends to infinity. This bound is critical because it demonstrates that the total mass of the Mellin transform is most exponentially small. This estimate directly allows the researchers to conclude that the L1 mass of the function g inside the ball b0c gamma d b0c square root of d is negligible, which is the obstruction needed to force the sphere packing density to the conjecture value. Moreover, after increasing bc if necessary, h sigma lambda s is less than or equal to negative m sigma lambda over 2 log absolute value s over cc for absolute value s larger than bc. The maximum estimate for h sigma together with log 2 pi c square plus j sigma equals negative delta c gives h sigma s less than or equal to negative lambda m sigma delta c plus big O sigma of log lambda. And this is less than or equals to negative gamma c lambda. The term negative lambda m sigma delta c represents the negative energy or dampening factor that ensures the eigenfunction g decays rapidly. It shows that for large dimensions, lambda tends to infinity. The function h sigma s is bounded about by a value that decays linearly with the dimension. It confirms that the contribution from the central strip is exponentially small, allowing the researchers to prove the mass concentration results needed for the packing density theorem. To control all Mellin frequencies apply the gamma identities in both parities. H lambda lambda u is less than or equals to log 4 pi c square over absolute value of u plus e lambda of u for u non-zero, where e lambda u is either 0 for lambda in n or 1 over 2 log cotangent pi lambda absolute value of over 2 for lambda in n plus 1 over 2. E lambda u is an error or correction term that accounts for the differences between even and odd dimensions. In even dimensions where d equals to n, so lambda is n, lambda is a natural number. This term simplifies, often becoming 0. While in odd dimensions where d equals to n plus 1, so lambda equals n, a natural number plus some 1 over 2, includes a gamma endpoint correction. E lambda u equals 1 over 2 log cotangent h log pi gamma u over 2 over lambda u. Each gamma recurrence factor has modulus at least absolute value of lambda u over 2 in odd dimension. The remaining ratio at b equals lambda u over 2 contributes e lambda u, expanding log cotangent hx in its convergent odd exponential series. Sorry for the background noises. There may be some construction in the neighborhood. I don't know. Here, each gamma recurrence factor has modulus at its absolute value lambda u over 2 in odd dimension. The remaining ratio at b equals lambda u over 2 contributes e lambda u, expanding log cotangent x in its convergent odd exponential series give in odd dimension. Integrate e lambda u with respect to u over real line equals 2 over pi lambda. And integrate log cotangent x with respect to x from 0 to infinity equals pi over 4 lambda. But in both parodies, the p sigma convolution of e lambda is at most pi p sigma is at most infinite norm of p sigma times pi over 4 lambda. Consequently, from equation 18 gives h sigma lambda s less than or equal to m sigma log 4 pi c squared minus lambda. Integrate p sigma t log s minus t absolute value with respect to t on real line plus big O sigma of lambda inverse. The inequality allows that for any radius c less than 1 over pi, a radial Strauss function with specific symmetry properties cannot have its mass constrained inside the ball b0 root 0d. Split the logarithmic integral at absolute t equals absolute value of s over 2. The exponential decay gives mass m sigma plus big O sigma of e to the power negative pi absolute value s over 4 on absolute value t less than equals to absolute value s over 2. The possible negative contribution from absolute value of s minus t less than 1 is big O sigma e to the power negative pi epsilon value of s over 2 by local integrability of log of modulus s minus t for some BC SCC prime larger than 0. Integrate p sigma t log modulus s minus t respect to t on real line is larger than equals to m sigma over 2 log epsilon value s minus cc prime. For large values of s, the negative contributions to the function's logarithmic modulus are controlled, which in turn allows them to establish a sharp decay rate for the corner case linear programming bound. This is a convolution-like integral involving the Poisson kernel p sigma t and is s as a smoothing operator on the logarithmic function log of epsilon value s minus t. After increasing the cc prime, the estimates for h sigma on the whole line and at large frequencies become h sigma c, h sigma s less than or equals to negative gamma d lambda, h sigma lambda s less than or equals to negative m sigma lambda over 2 log epsilon value s over cc prime for epsilon value s larger than or equals to bc. Choose bc larger than maximum of bc and cc prime and q equals m sigma lambda over 2 larger than 1. The two bounds yield integrate e to the power h sigma s respect to s for epsilon value s less than equals to b sigma is less than or equals to 2b lambda e to the power negative gamma c lambda. Integrate e to the power h sigma s respect to s for epsilon value s larger than b sigma is less than or equals to 2 lambda cc prime over q1 minus 1 times b over cc prime to the power 1 minus q. The second bound decays at rate m sigma over 2 log b over cc prime larger than 0, decreasing gamma c if necessary and applying equation 18 obtain integrate epsilon value at z of s plus I sigma lambda respect to s over real line is less than or equals to cc lambda e to the power negative lambda c lambda. A global L1 estimate for z on imaginary t equals sigma t lambda controls 5u for v less than 0, corresponding by equation 13 to epsilon value x less than c root d. For every c between 0 to 1 over pi, there exists cc gamma c larger than 0 and d0c in n independent of g and sigma, such that integrate epsilon value of pi of v respect to v from negative infinity to 0 is less than or equals to cc e to the power negative gamma cd for d larger than or equals to d0c. Let gv equals to e to the power sigma minus 1 lambda v phi of v. Normalize profile phi from equation 12 satisfy integrate g of v norm respect to v over real line equals to sd r to the power 1 minus sigma lambda over L1 norm of g times modulus of gr r to the power 1 plus sigma to times lambda minus 1 respect to r from 1 r from 0 to infinity less than infinity. G of v represents a normalized radial profile of the function g in the logarithmic coordinate v equals log r. Big R equals 0 d, the radial scaling factor related to the dimension d and some constant c. The integral, the term integrate epsilon value g of r times r to the power 1 plus sigma times lambda minus 1 respect to r from 0 to infinity represents the weighted L1 norm of g. Since G is a Strauss function rapidly decaying, this integral is finite, confirming that G of V is in the L1 space and can be Fourier transformed. By showing that GV is integrable, the authors can use the Fourier transform to estimate how much mass the function G carries inside the ball of radius big R equals C root D. It serves as a bridge between the physical spatial domain and the complex analytic domain. Thus, G is in L1 R, and equation 12 identifies this angular frequency Fourier transform integrate G of V e to the power negative I as V respect to V over the real line with Z of S plus I sigma lambda. The integrability of this transform follows from equation 26. So Fourier inversion gives C of S plus I sigma lambda equals integrate e to the power sigma minus 1 lambda V times phi of V e to the power negative I S V respect to V from over real line, and phi of V equals e to the power 1 minus sigma times lambda V over 2 pi integrate Z of S plus I sigma lambda e to the power ISV respect to S over the real line. Taking absolute values and integrating over V less than 0 contributes integrate e to the power 1 minus sigma lambda V respect to V from negative infinity to sigma 0 equals 1 minus sigma lambda inverse. Combining with equation 26 and lambda equals D over 2 and decreasing gamma C if necessary gives integrate modulus phi V respect to V from negative infinity to 0 is less than or equals to 1 over 2 pi 1 minus sigma lambda. Integrate absolute value of Z S plus I sigma lambda respect to S over real line less than or equals to CCE to the power negative gamma CD. For every C between 0 to 1 over pi, there exists D0 C in N such that for every D larger than equals to D0 C and sigma positive or negative 1, no non-zero G in L1 RDR satisfy G hat equals sigma G, G sigma 0 equals G, and Gx larger than equals to 0 for absolute value x larger than or equals to C root D. G denotes its continuous Fourier inversion representative. First, suppose that G is a radial Strauss eigenfunction since integrate G equals G hat 0 equals sigma G 0 equals 0. Its negative part G minus equals maximum of negative G and 0 has integral L1 norm of G over 2. The assumption Gx larger than 0 for absolute value x larger than 0 D forces G minus to vanish outside ball of 0 C root D, contradicting equation 11 once CCE to the power negative gamma CD is less than 1 over 2. For general G in L1, the radial reduction shows that H equals RG is non-zero and has the same Fourier eigenvalue, origin value, and exterior sign. The approximation constructed there gives radial Strauss eigenfunction. Hn tends to H in L1 with Hn hat equals sigma Hn and Hn 0 equals 0. Writing Hn minus equals maximum of negative Hn 0 and R equals 0 D. The exterior non-negativity of H gives integrate Hn minus over D-dimensional Euclidean space is less than or equals to integrate absolute value of Hx Hnx respect to x over the closed ball of absolute of x less than R. This is a the Hn minus is defined as maximum of negative Hn and 0. So the integrate HNX absolute value of HNX respect to X for absolute value of X is less than R represents the L1 mass of HN confined within a ball of radius R, where R is equals to 0D. A open ball proves an open ball of radius R. The paper proves that this quantity is exponentially small as the dimension d grows, which is the obstruction to the function being a valid counterexample. The second term integrate HNX minus HX absolute value with respect to X for absolute value X larger than equals to R accounts for the approximation error, since Hn is a sequence of Schwarz function constructed to converge to H in the L1 norm. This term represents the tail error outside the open ball of radius R as n tends to infinity. This term approaches 0, including a bound. The proof relies on showing that any valid function h related to a sphere packing bound must be close to a radial Schwarz function Hn. By splitting the domain into the interior absolute for x less than R and the exterior absolute x larger than or equals to R, the authors demonstrate that if the negative mass of the function is small enough, it leads to a contradiction. Specifically, as n tends to infinity, the first term is bounded by an exponentially small factor and the second term vanishes, forcing the total negative mass to 0, meaning h must be essentially non-negative or 0, which contradicts its construction as an eigenfunction. Applying equation 11 to Hn implies L1 norm of Hn over 2 equals integrate Hn minus over d-dimensional Euclidean space is less than or equals to CCE to the power negative gamma CD L1 norm of Hn plus L1 norm of Hn minus H. Since Hn is a function satisfying Hn equals positive or negative Hn, an eigenfunction of the Fourier transform, and Hn0 is 0, is integral over d-dimensional Euclidean space is 0. This implies that the total mass of its negative part, denoted as Hn minus, equals maximum of negative Hn0 must be exactly half of the total L1 norm Hn L1 norm of Hn. Integrate Hn minus over d-dimensional Euclidean space represents the integral of the negative part of the approximating function Hn. CCE to the power negative gamma CD L1 norm of Hn represents the mass of the function concentrated inside the ball of radius c gamma d. 0d. The exponential decay term e to the power negative gamma cd shows that for large dimensions d, the mass of these specific Fourier eigenfunctions inside such a ball becomes vanishingly small. And also, as n tends to infinity, the L1 distance between the approximating sequence Hn and the limit function h, this term approaches 0, allowing the authors to conclude that the limit function h must also satisfy the mass concentration property, leading to a contradiction and proving that no such h can exist. By radial reduction, letting n tends to infinity gives L1 norm of h over 2 less than equals to cc e to the power negative gamma cd L1 norm of h, contradicting h non-zero for all sufficiently large d. Theorem 3.8 states that there is a sequence epsilon d tends to 0 such that for every sufficiently large d and every f in AD, f0 over f hat 0 is larger than or equals to 2 to the power d over vd root u over 2 pi minus epsilon d to the power d. By radial reduction, replace f with its rotational average, which preserves f0, f hat 0, and immiscibility. Define A equals f hat 0 over f0 to the power 1 over d is larger than 0. hx equals fax and g equals f hat, g equals h hat minus h. The Fourier convention and the admissibility conditions give hsc equals a to the power negative d f hat 0 over a, h0 equals h hat 0 equals f0. G hat equals negative g, g0 equals 0, g of x equals a to the power negative d f hat x over a minus fax is larger than or equals to 0. Moreover, g is non-zero, otherwise h equals h hat is larger than 0, while hx equals fax is larger than equals to 0. For absolute value of x larger than or equals to 1 over a, thus h would be a non-zero completely supported self-Fourier function, contradicting Fourier analyticity. Hence, proposition 3.7 gives 1 over a is larger than c root d. Uniformly in f for each fixed d less than 1 over pi and all sufficiently large d. Consequently, the limit as d tends to infinity of the infimum of 1 over root d infimum f in ad f0 over fs0 to the power 1 over d is larger than or equals to c for c from 0 to 1 over pi. Taking the supremum over c less than 1 over pi yields infimum of f in ad f0 over ff0 to the power 1 over d is larger than or equals to 1 over pi minus small o of 1 times root d. Combined with Stirling's formula, vd to the power 1 over d equals 1 plus small o of 1 root 2 pi u over d gives equation 28 for a sequence epsilon d tends to 0 independent of f. Let's go to the admissible Cremor upper bound. We explain how the upper bound in the introduction reduced to constructing functions whose sign changes occur at the same radius. Suppose that the real radial Strauss functions f minus f plus satisfy f hat minus equals f plus is larger than 0. F minus 0 equals f plus 0. F minus x is less than 0 for absolute value of x larger than or equals to r. In sessions 3, we've established the relationship minimum between infimum of f0 over fs0 for f in ad to the power 1 over d and a minus d and a plus d is larger than or equals to 1 over pi minus small of 1 times root d. The expression is a minimum of 3 quantities, stating that all of them are bounded below by approximately root d over pi. The infimum f in ad f0 over fs0 to the power 1 over d relates to the Kohn-Elkies linear programming bound for sphere packing. Here, ad is a space for is the set of admissible auxiliary functions used to bound the density delta d of sphere packings in d dimensions. The infimum over this set represents the best possible bound provided by the specific method. A minus d and a plus d are the Fourier eigenfunction sign uncertainty constants. They represent the smallest radius r such that a non-zero radial function g, where g is an eigenfunction of the Fourier transform with eigenvalue positive or minus 1, and g0 equals 0 must change sign at some point within R. This is an asymptotic lower bound for the small of 1 notation indicates a term that vanishes as the dimension d approaches infinity. It suggests that in very high dimensions, the efficiency of these packing bounds and the sign change behavior of these functions are governed by the same linear scaling in root d with a specific constant factor of 1 over pi. Next, for fx equals f minus rx, Fourier scaling gives f hat